Okay, now people should be able to hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay, that makes sense. For some reason, my OBS platform got all messed up. So can you hear me now, and do I sound good? Hit that number 1. That makes sense why I was sitting here talking to myself and nobody was responding. All right, Will, Chris, Alan, Bruce. Good, good, good. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended. The audio stream. Do I sound okay to people? Why is it telling me my audio stream is messed up? Baja. Kevin, good morning. I swear nothing. Well, I shouldn't say that. Things went very well, and now everything seems to be falling apart. We got a flat tire. My wife was about to go somewhere. We got a problem, flat tire. Now I got audio bitrate problems. I do sound good, though. You don't notice any differences? All right. Oh, a nice move here as I speak. Sounds normal to you. All right, good, Marvin. I can hear you. All right. All right, well, then I don't know. We recommend that you use the audio bit stream of 128 kps. All right, let me putz with that. See if I can figure this out. Settings, stream. Maximum. Let's see, how do I... Settings, audio. Use your code on an eval. Hey, thanks, Marvin. I appreciate that. Okay, well, the message just disappeared, so maybe now I'm good. Not that I wasn't ever good in the first place. Okay, I see the green. Excellent connection on my end. Okay, well, happy Friday to everybody. I'll go into my day here in about 5 minutes because technically you guys are all early, so I love you all for being early. If you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, friendly reminder, hit that like button. If you've never been here before, then no need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to like, but Center Star. Are you doing futures now, Center Star? Please don't tell me you're still doing the penny stocks and all that nonsense. Please tell me you have officially started Pam's plant. All right, well, I'm going to definitely try to avoid a repeat of yesterday. This has been some fantastic, unfortunate the circumstances that generate this sort of movement, but it is what it is. But yeah, bombs, missiles, they generate price movement, that's for sure. How's everybody's days going, though? On this Friday in June. Need to be careful here. Don't want to make sure that... I need to be extra careful today. Make sure I'm on the right accounts. I do have... What? Why? What are you holding up, Center Star? My mind is blown. Why are you... Why are you sticking with stocks? Tell me how stocks make more sense. Please, explain this to me. How do stocks make more sense? You can't even be a day trader. I thought you said you wanted to be a day trader. Am I wrong about that, Center Star? To be fair to you, maybe I have you confused. I could have sworn you said I want to be a day trader. Is that true or no? Maybe I have you confused with somebody else. I thought you're like, I want to be a day trader. I thought that was your goal, was to be a day trader. But Like I said, so lots of people come through here on a daily basis, so maybe I have you confused with somebody else. Let's see if we can get a... Hey, Melvis, good morning. Getting a bit of a pullback here. Suppose I can get rid of that line. That served its purpose quite a while ago. Maybe interested in a long here if it wants to come back down and then come back up, try to play. JJ, what's up? Good to see you, JJ. Hopefully you're having a good Friday. No. So you have over $25,000 in your account, Center Star? Am I understanding that? You have $25,000 in your account? I know it's kind of a personal question, but it's going to help give me perspective. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to day trade the things and watch paint dry, have fun with that. If you want to have all of your money at risk, have at it. Have at it. If you want to risk going on tilt and then having thousands of dollars of your own money losses, have at it. Hey, Labradabber. I am up over 1K on both TBD test accounts. Fantastic. I'm going to look to try to buy right there. I'm in at that blue line. Get in at that blue line. Little scalpy scalp there. Is there a minimum daily amount on it? What do you mean a minimum daily amount? My point is I have failed you as a teacher. What are you researching? Do you already use charts, Center Star? If you already use charts in your stock day trading, then you're 97% of the way to the futures, because 97% of futures is just charts. There is nothing to research. Nothing to research. I understand why you might think, oh, I got to go research futures. I got to learn how to trade futures. No, do you already trade charts? If the answer to that is yes, then you are 97% of the way there. The final 3% is just some basic math that can be explained in like 30 seconds. No, none of that stuff, Marvin. Marvin, but I don't remember if you or somebody else, but some people, Marvin, I'm going to say, I can't, maybe it was you I said this to yesterday. But Marvin, just one step at a time. How about you first focus on just passing your test, and then you worry about the pro accounts? You know what I mean, man? I appreciate I appreciate the ambition. I appreciate people trying to kind of plan everything out. But you know what? Sometimes just take one bridge at a time. Marvin, how about you let's take another step back. Marvin, how about you first just sign up and start? Then you can focus on passing the test. Then you can focus on all the pro stuff. I have extra money to invest. Well, Robert, do you want to invest or are you looking to trade? There's a big difference between trading and investing. Oh, okay, Marvin. Okay, fair enough. All right. But there's that's a great thing about Take Profit Trader. You can request money as soon as you get up above the buffer. There's no consistency rules. There's no scalping rules. There's nothing. But like any prop firm, you got to get above the buffer, and then from there you can either build your buffer or take payments, and you can make those payments every single day, if you so choose, because that is Take Profit Trader's main separating point. Okay, Robert, do you want a day trade or do you want a swing trade? Day trade meaning you're buying and selling stuff in the same day. Hit my 50% profit limit for the 50K account goal. Oh, nice, Chris. Oh, well, that's disappointing because you're gonna bail out on us. Well, I'm happy in that regard, but I'm a little bummed in the other regard that you're not gonna hang out. All right, we are at 11. We'll let a few more people get logged on, and then I'll go over my day. And then that way, if anybody asks from this point forward, hey, how was your day going? I can just say, well, we covered that at the beginning at 11 a.m. when we started. Nice P&L, Clay. Oh, yeah. Like I said, it's been a good day. Sorry, day. Leap and swing trade. Okay, well, here, Robert, we do day trading of futures through prop firms. So the least amount you would need, Robert, if you want to get involved in day trading futures, and by the way, futures move way better than stocks or options or crypto. Way better. They make those things look like paint drying. But the nice thing about futures market is there's no pattern day trading rule. And with the prop firm, you can get started for $105. So $105 gets you $25,000 of purchasing power. And again, no no pattern day trading rule or anything like that. Hi, Clay. Do you record the session of yesterday? Yeah. Just drop me an email. Or if you signed up for it, you should have been sent a replay link already. I'm going to keep an eye on that chart line. Verse Ace. Hello. I have the universe to select from at any time. When you say futures better, you're saying trade strictly NASDAQ futures. Yeah, that's the point, Center Star. You're literally arguing against yourself. When it comes to stocks, I have the universe to select from. Yeah, no kidding. Then you got to spend a bunch of your time doing this, scanning. So why don't you save yourself some time? No, that's exactly the point. I have the universe to select from. Yeah. Who wants the universe to select from? Talk about being overwhelmed. Talk about now having to need to spend your time. You don't need to do that. Look at that. Look at this thing. This is the NQMNQ. These movements here are worth thousands upon thousands of dollars, each one of them. Why? Why do you want to spend your time searching for stuff? Like you are arguing against yourself, Center Star. I realize you think that sounds good. I have the universe to choose from. Well, that's just telling me you have to spend a bunch of time. Some people even have to spend money on scanners. You don't have to spend money on scanners. You don't have to scan for stuff in futures. You pick one or two things, and those one or two things every single day will give you multiple opportunities. So yes, please. This is Pam's plan if you're new to the live stream. An argument for day trading futures through a prop firm. One of the cool things is you don't have to scan. You don't have to scan through the universe. Now, I guess that would be a negative if you're like, I love spending time scanning. Okay, if you just love scanning, if you love sitting in front of your computer and scanning, then okay, I guess that would technically be a negative. But I've never met anybody that's like, hey, I love scanning. Most people are like, hey, Clay, how do I find the best ones? I wish there was just something that I didn't even have to scan. I could just go to it every single day, not have to spend time, not have to worry about this thing all of a sudden just not working it. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Haroon, I deleted that because, please, run away. I guess, yes, I trade that, but because all it is repackaged stuff. Like, it's stuff that when somebody finally explained it to me, I'm like, oh, so you're playing fake breakouts, fake breakdowns? Like, that's literally what it is. Of course, they call them like liquidity sweeps and all this cool stuff, but it's just like, oh, no, in all actuality, that was just, that was literally just like, you know what I would call a fake breakout or fake breakdown. Ooh, do we get a breakout here? I mean, I have so much wiggle room on the day. I'll give it a try if it wants to come up. Hey, Elba Carr, I like it, given the trade plan, everything ahead of time. Hey, Clay, I passed my evaluation account with what you showed yesterday. Can you give a quick explanation of the pro account? No, I can't because I don't know. I don't know what you mean by pro account. Like, what do you mean a quick explanation of the pro account? Just go trade like you've been trading. Grow that account, and then you'll start to get payouts, Gregory. I guess if you want to be more specific, but I don't know what you mean by a quick explanation of the pro account. I can't give anything quicker than what's on their website or what their email. Check your emails, I guess, Gregory. That'd probably be the best answer. Congrats on passing the test. Fantastic, good job. I think the best I can tell you is just keep writing the emails. They'll email you everything. Great day so far for you. Did you do that 3K? This was on the one. Well, both accounts I have right now are 150Ks. My 50K is having some issues. I need to do a flip day, but for those of you that were here yesterday, you saw me make this trade. This trade should have disappeared by now. It has not. So I have an email in. I don't know if it's Tradeovate issue or Take Profit Trader. These two accounts updated and went back to zero. That one and that one. But this one has stayed here. So I need to do one more flip trade on this account here. But yeah, we'll see if they get back to me or not. Bye, Ray. Thank you, Haroon, for the super chat. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Hi, Clay. I pray that you and your family are doing well. Hey, good job, Childlike Innocence. Congrats. That's great. Good job. Onto the pro account you go. So, all right. We'll go over my day very quickly. My day was actually a good day, but kind of anticlimactic. And just so people have the documentation here that I'm not just making this stuff up. So this is my private community. Would I ever pay for a private community? Because what I said here, the private community is $99 every 3 months. What I gave here would have definitely paid for multiple 3-month sessions. Because again, one 3-month membership is $99. I'm not paying your... Okay, fine. So right here, in all, no hindsight, no bias or anything. So I try not to have bias, which is true. I've talked about this before. Usually I'm not trying to have a bias, but there are unique situations where I think a bias is worthwhile. And when one country start bombing other countries, it's like, okay, this is more of a unique situation. This is not an everyday circumstance. So given that, I said, I try not to have a bias, but I am bullish biased into the open. I am bullish biased into the open. Now, when I say into the open, I mean into the New York Stock Exchange open. The markets have been grinding higher. Are they really going to let a bombing in another country knock it off track? Perhaps, but I'm not thinking so. I'm watching it with a bull eye. So right there, that was my thesis. That was my bias. I am bullish going into the open. Right there, all set ahead of time. In fact, I guess if I'll get it to show back up. If you look right there, you'll see the time that I put that. There it is. Whoop, 9:28. So a couple minutes right before the open, there was my bias, okay? So that was my bias going in. And, not to toot my own horn, but I guess to toot my own horn. Yeah, I was right to have been bullish bias. Look at the opening part of the day. And then there was, nice little beautiful bull flag right there. That when it came up, broke out, pushed up to new highs again. Another bull flag. Granted, that was a fake break, but still, from a scalping standpoint, I mean, we're talking about 20, 30-point moves here. Plenty within the world of trading. So I was bullish biased, and then that is how the day played out. This is my pro account. So that's the one where, once you start to make money there, you can start to get paid money. So I'm not going to be touching that one anymore. I got that into payment territory. So I don't know if anybody was here yesterday, but we had the one guy like, hey, have you ever made a video requesting a payout and getting paid? And he was super he was sketched out like, this whole prop firm stuff seems like a scam. Are they really going to pay you? And, I gave him like, let's just assume it's a scam. Even if it's a scam, it's $105. But I thought, that would be an interesting idea to just show. And also now I'm not going to tell Take Profit this, but I want to also kind of show that Take Profit Trader does pay quickly. I hope, because I'm not going to tell them, I'm not going to influence it, but I want to do a video where I walk step by step and then have like timestamps so you can see just how long. But usually when you request payments, it's a couple hours at most. And then after that, they approve it. And then it's in your bank account within like minutes. But like I said, I want to do a video that hopefully I turn into a good, well, first off, just to show, yes, certain prop firms are legit at least. Take Profit Trader being one of them. But anyways, so I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to, use some of that payout to make that video that the person was requesting. And then, Kelvin, I'm not sure how I feel about that. So now you're too good for us. The only time you stop by is when you need questions. I don't know, Kelvin. I feel used, buddy. I feel like you're using me, Kelvin. You're too good to show up. Ever since you got into the pro accounts, we don't see you anymore. But now you show up and you're saying, hey, can you explain this? I don't know, Kelvin. That rubs me the wrong way. I feel so used. But and then this right here was the 150K account that everybody saw me kind of struggle with yesterday. But again, bullish biased. So yes, the bullish biasness was correct, and it worked out very, very nicely this morning. All documented right there ahead of time. So that's what I'm saying. Consider the group. Consider joining. Like I said, that in the world of futures, that movement right there makes way more than $99. Way more. Way, way, way more than $99. Oh, you do show up every day. You're just you're too good. You're too cool to talk to us anymore. The trailing drawdown stops as soon as you hit your target. So if your drawdown is 2,000, as soon as you make 2,000, it stops trailing. If your drawdown is 3,000, as soon as you make 3,000, your drawdown stops trailing. That's how it works. How to join? That's actually a good question. Talk about a terrible businessman. I make all that and then don't even tell people how to join. But here you go. So I message room, but right there, that is the right there. 99 for 3 months, but if you do the 1 year, then technically you get 3 months free. Because if you just did this, then technically that would be $400 a year. Because it's, you can do the math. But if you do the all up front, then it's technically 3 months free. But there you go. And then even, what was it, a couple yesterday, I had a beautiful trend line drawn, and that thing would have worked out real well. So there you go. But yes, I'm not trying to turn this to a massive sales pitch, but there it all is for you to play. How did your day go? Went very well. It was all documented, bullish biased at the open, and yeah, it opened up very, very nicely. No, that is not copy trading. Nope. Not copy. Ooh, we're up through the trend line here. I blew another 5. Oh man, were they pro accounts or tests? Quinn, Drake, Clay, I signed up with Take Profit Trading user code Clay. I was surprised how simple it was to get started. I know, Quinn. Well, first off, thank you for using code Clay. But isn't it eerily simple? Like, it's almost like, what's the catch here? Like, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to tell people, stop working harder, not smarter. There is a more efficient way to go about all this. Pam's plant, folks. Pam's plant. So yes, Quinn, I agree. It's kind of like, that's it. That's all I had to do. Yep. I was up 3,000 in profits and got greedy trading. All right, Calvin, you have some sort of bug going on. Everything's copy and pasting. Okay, Center Star. So I'm going to go over the quick math here, because if you're like Center Star, where you're like, wow, futures sound great. Pam's plan sounds great, but I don't know anything about futures. Do I really feel like going to make an effort to learn how to trade futures? Or maybe you're like, where do I learn futures? That's a false lens. Because if you already use charts to trade whatever you're trading right now, so if you're a day trader of crypto right now and you use charts, the only difference for you would now be you use charts to trade futures instead of crypto or Forex or options or stocks. Because bull flags are bull flags in futures. Bear flags exist in stocks. Bear flags also exist in futures. Cup and handle patterns, they exist in Forex. Cup and handles exist in futures. So you're 97% of the way there if you already use charts. So here's the final 3%, Center Star. So I'm going to quiz Center Star, but anybody else that maybe falls on this mentality, I want to prove to you that futures math is very, very easy. So Center Star, from this number to this number, there is a difference. If you look closely, 21,680, 21,700, there is a difference there of 20. Okay, and these are called points. Things in futures move in points. Now, the key question in futures is whatever contract you're trading, how much is 1 point worth? That's all you have to ask. How much is 1 point worth? So in this situation, let's just go with the NQ, because that's what I like. NQ, MNQ. 1 point equals $20, okay? 1 point equals $20. So let's say a trader bought here and then sold here. Therefore, they made 20 points. So a trader says, hey, and this is just per contract. So a trader says, hey, I got one NQ contract. I made 20 points on it. How much dollars and cents did they make? If they made 20 points and 1 point is worth $20, how much did they make? Center star. Again, open it up to anybody that is maybe a little intimidated by futures and thinking it's really complicated. You feel free to answer this too. Oh yeah, when it tanked last night going short, yeah, there was a lot of again, last night is an argument for prop firms, because can you imagine being stuck in that or right there with your own money? Like that would have been thousands of dollars. Poof. For a 50K account, how many dollars should I risk? Well, I don't know, Haran. That's up to you and your strategy. Only you can answer that. Center Star, are you still here? I'm trying to help you out. You got to participate, though. Again, a trader says, I had one NQ contract and I just made 20 points on it. How much did that person make dollars and cents if 1 point equals $20? Center Star, I'm trying to explain this. Can you just answer the question? That way we can keep moving. Let's make sure you understand how the math works. Perfect. All right. Okay, Center Star, great. You're now 99% of the way there. Let me just change it up. Now we have one little thing. Okay, because this was all per contract. Now this trader goes, man, let's go. I had 5 NQ contracts and I just made 20 points. How much dollars and cents did that person make? If they had 5 contracts and they made those 20 points, how much did that person make? 5 contracts and they made 20 points on those. Look at all you. There you go, Center Star. You now officially understand futures trading. There you go. See? Again, it's all about charting. If you already use charts, 97% of the way there. And then right there is how the math works. So well done, everybody. See? No need to be intimidated by futures. Now, Center Star, you might be, okay, well, but how much does one of those contracts cost? And that's where, when you look at the prop firm, they make it very easy. Because if you do the bare minimum of 25K, which is $105, those contracts that I just talked about, the ones you could have gotten up to 3 of those. So you could get up to 3 of the very volatile contracts or 30 of the less volatile. On the other extreme side of things, if you want 150K in purchasing power, cost you $252 out of pocket. That would allow you to buy up to 15 of the very volatile contracts or 150 of the less volatile. So now that you understand points, check out this. This candle was basically, let's call it 680. So 2 minutes up to 760. So this is 80 points right here in 2 minutes. 80 points. Start to do the math on that. 80 points. So hopefully you can all see how this is true right here. Things move. Not only do the candlesticks and all that move, but the P&L moves very quickly, which is why I am not saying to just go do futures with your own money. No. It is Pam's plant. Do it in a prop firm because you get that added risk control by protecting your own money, because you're not putting all of your money in. The only money that you have at risk is the cost of the account. So for the 50K purchasing power, your risk is only $119. If you go and violate the rule, what rule could you violate? Well, they want to see you manage risk. So if you lose more than $2,000, they take the account away from you. But the nice thing here is that you don't lose $2,000. If you're using your own money, well, yeah, that's $2,000, if not more, of your money gone. In this situation, the consequence is not losing $2,000. It's only losing your account. But the money out of your pocket was, again, just the cost of the account. So your actual monetary risk would only be $119, which makes it absolutely insane. Because, again, you get the 19, you pass the test, you go into the pro, and you start making money. And, I mean, we've had, the numbers can get very scammy sounding, because it's like, wait, you only ever had at risk $119, yet you got $5,000 in payouts? And that's a very impressive return on investment. Hey, going short. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I appreciate your knowledge more than... Well, thank you. I appreciate you being willing to do that. Man, Kelvin, if you're gonna cheat on us, so be it. Kelvin, you want to cheat? That's how it works. In fact, I'm getting that. Don't even mention that broker. Get them out of here. Oh my. Well, here's a nice breakout. Totally missed it. Distracted myself. That's okay. That's okay. Well, if anybody did take that trend line, took a while. Yeah, you should not have cheated, Kelvin. Makes sense. You veer off, you go do your own thing. We don't see anymore. Hey, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. We're kind of a little slow on likes, and likes do matter if you're new to the stream. The stream and its length is a function of are people interested? Are people enjoying? The only way I know how to measure that is through the like button. So if you're interested, if you're enjoying, you're entertained, if you're, whatever, anything positive, make sure you hit that like button, because that is, I'm not asking for vanity reasons. I'm asking as literally a data point. Are people enjoying themselves? If they are, then we'll keep the party going. We set a new record on the stream. I think Wednesday was like 4 hours and 24 minutes, something like that. So, I mean, I have 4-hour streams in me, but I also want to be wise with my time. And if people aren't enjoying, then it becomes basically a waste of my time, and I'm not looking to waste my time. So yes, again, hitting that like button has good value. But yes, so the good job, everybody. I'm looking back over the answers. You all answered it correctly. So please don't fall into the trap of, man, Pam's plant sounds amazing, but I don't know if I feel like having to learn about futures. I don't know if I have the time to learn how to trade. No. That's why charts are so powerful. Once you understand a chart, you can trade stocks, you can trade options, you can trade forex, you can trade futures. It's just that final 3% of the math that we went over that you just saw right there. So hopefully that helps. All right, looking for maybe to buy some of this on a pullback. Michael up here. I just joined Take Profit Trader. I have lots to learn. I can't stand all the noise on the screen. However, I put in a trade. The trade went south by over 1,000. I ended up in the trade of... Well, Michael, hopefully use code Clay. Did you use code Clay, Michael? Are my kids going to eat tonight because of you? Then I got into futures, and it's so much better. So much better than what, Anthony? What did you used to trade? Thank you, Michael. So, Michael, let me ask you this. It sounds like you're new to futures. What did you trade before futures, Michael? I just started to learn stocks. No, man. If you want to be a day trader, I'm telling you, futures make stocks look like paint drying. Stocks move so slow compared to futures. Not to mention the point system, as I just illustrated, the gains add up that much quicker. Now, that is two-sided. That's why it's Pam's plant, because if you're not careful, it can go against you quick. Yes, Anthony. Code Clay is 30% off, and it waives the activation fee. Yes, sir. Stocks including... Okay, Michael. So here we have a new person that has just tried trading futures, coming from the world of day trading stocks and options. So, Michael, in the chat, what are your thoughts on futures compared to stocks and options? Is this true? Or was I kind of lying about this? Do futures move? Do they have quite a bit of movement? Especially compared to what you used to trade, stocks and options. I've got 250, 251, 150 go with code. Thanks, going short. I appreciate that. Sweet. It works. I'm not quite sure what. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. I'm not sure what it is going short. It works. What works? I'm looking to potentially play a pullback here, but I want to see this pullback some more. Maybe it's not going to pull back enough to... It's still pretty far away from the 21 EMA, so I'd like to see it get a little closer to that. Yes, sir, they move a lot. I've been watching them for over a month before taking the leap. There we go. So our newest person that was open-minded enough to give futures a try, and they're like, yeah, they move a lot. They definitely move. Telling you, in the category of day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about it. Because as traders, we want movement, right? We're not sitting there looking for like some sort of little thing that barely moves. I mean, we need volatility. We need movement. We're day traders. Well, good, Michael. I appreciate you being open-minded enough to give it a try. Why do you trade only NQ? Yeah, just because I like NQ. I have nothing against ES or YM. But I just like NQ, MNQ. Well, by the way, Michael, you said those are some huge swings. What are you trading? Were you trading MNQ or NQ? I'll go for a buy there, see if we can get another push. No. What was I just saying? I was just saying I want to see it closer to the hair. What were you trading, Michael? NQ moves, doesn't it? You might want to consider just starting with MNQ. Because as you've experienced NQ, it ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. Thanks, Dusher. Today, great. Yeah, oh yeah, today's been very nice movement. Yep. The majority of my gains came from just the opening bullish bias I had. Talked about it back at around 11 a.m. when we started. But yeah, I was telling the chat room, and it was all documented. But, you know, I just said I was bullish biased. Oh, man, this is looking spicy. Oh, Larry, I went over the flip trade yesterday. Did you see it? Do you now know what a flip day and a flip trade is? What do I think of ORB? I think it's, I have nothing against it. The only thing I have against it is if people think that trading is just that easy. Meaning if you're like, I do the 15 ORB, meaning you wait 15 minutes, you map out a high, you map out a low, and then your strategy is, okay, if it goes above, I buy. If it goes below, I short. If you think that trading is that easy, like that's all you have to do. You wait 15 minutes, mark up a high and a low, and then you just either buy or short. I'm not saying that can't work from time to time, but I am here to rain on your parade. Trading is more difficult than that. Yes, and I'd seen you do that before. Okay, well, Larry, well, now you know. I'm glad you got it figured out. Opening range breakout. You mean Anthony, you mean that's a great way to either buy a fake breakdown or fake breakout or short a fake breakdown? Is that what you mean? I know my way of saying it, how it's always been called for like a long time, is not cool as liquidity swept, but I think that's what you're saying, Anthony, right? It's a great way to either buy a fake breakout or short a fake breakdown. Is that what you're saying? Okay. See what I mean by these people repackage things that have been around forever, but they just make it cool terms like liquidity sweeps. He's a good marketer. I'll give him that. Cool, Michael. I appreciate it. Welcome to the world of futures, my friend. No, it's what happened. Something breaks out and then it goes back down. So clearly it was fake. It was a fake breakout. You know, supply and demand. There was not enough demand to continue on with the breakout. So therefore there was no continuation. Why? Because there is more supply than demand. But liquidity sweep has this thing built into it that's like supposed to make you think there's a magical, mystical force out there that, okay, let's go get the liquidity so we can. No, it's just supply and demand. There was too much supply and not enough demand in order for continuation to keep on going up. That's all it is. The market is supply and demand. If something breaks out, the reason it broke out was because at this point, hey, you know what? There is more demand than supply. That's why it broke out. But if it does this, what does that tell you? Well, the demand was not strong enough to overwhelm the supply that showed up, and therefore it went back down. That's it. I know, a very boring explanation. I get it. Like a liquidity sweep and algorithms and market makers and all this sort of tinfoil hat stuff sounds way cooler. So it's way easier to sell stuff when you present it that way. But no, it's just supply and demand. That's all it is. The market is buyers and sellers. That's it. Is it ever going to pull back? I don't know. Maybe. How does the overnight margin work? Lonnie, I don't care about any of that stuff because I never hold overnight. Because I'm in a prop firm, and one of the prop firm rules, at least with Take Profit Trader, who I use and recommend, they don't want you holding between sessions. So that's why I say Pam's plan is for day traders, not for swing traders. Hey, can we get this up over 50 likes, please? Like I don't know if we're gonna make it past the 2-hour mark on this live stream. It does not seem like the interest is there. I have a good idea of where likes should be at certain times. We're approaching. Usually we can get to 50 likes within like 20 minutes. So again, if you are enjoying, that is how I gauge whether or not to keep the stream going. Is people's interest levels, and the only way I know how to measure that metric is via that like button. So if you are enjoying, hitting the like button has implications for the live stream. All right. Maybe a short. Oh, how much would I be risking? 13 points. Oops. No, not 53. Maybe we get a retest. Yeah, maybe. Yep, price action is king. Also, back in the day, did you learn to... I taught myself, which I vowed to never do again, which is why when I got into real estate, investing, I invested about just shy or just under $5,000 in courses and stuff like that. Because I'm like, that was painful. Why did that cost me way more? And that's why one of the first videos I ever did on the channel way back in 2013 was right here. Sales, pitch, or belief. Because I understand when I tell people, hey, I believe in investing into a course, they're going to throw in my face, well, of course you're going to say that because you sell a course. Fair enough. So I did this video saying no, but I actually do believe in what I'm saying because here's all the stuff that I bought, that I invested in before moving into real estate investing, which again, that video breaks it down. It was like, yeah, it was, I even got my real estate license. That's how much I was into it. So yeah, I taught myself trading, but after that, I'm like, never again. I believe in courses. I believe in structured education. And the proof of that is how much I, like I said, spent on my real estate investing stuff. Yeah, that was a good day, Webb. Good day. Now I just got to keep it that way. Let me put it this way. If I give back all this in the afternoon session, I think I better hang it up. But passed the TPT 50K today, hoping to get funded by Monday. Any funds I'm going to open. Cool, Anthony. Sounds good. All right, getting a pullback here. Watching sevens. Ooh, he's thinking of short. I'm thinking of going long. I'm looking for this thing to come down and then come back up. Well, 5 minute does look a bit top heavy. Let me bring over the 5 minute chart. This candle here showing indecision. Does the momentum want to continue? So labradabra, that actually doesn't seem too crazy at all now that glance over the 5 minute. Made a lot of mistakes and lost 2 accounts. Ah, bummer. Hey, Sam. Yeah, well, on the bright side, you have the weekend, so that's a good time to kind of reset. Hey, Haran, you are like straight up turning this into like interviews. Like, how about you just at least join the community? How about that? And then you can continue to hold me. Like, I feel like you're the FBI. You shove me into a dark room and there's a single light just hanging there. And that's where I'm at. And you're just drilling me with questions. Come on, man. I'm thinking it's time to go back to the classes. Glam Rock, Freddy the Fox. All right, so what penny stock can you tell us now about Glam Rock that I can just blow out of the water and say, why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your time? I already tried. But he's back again. Sounds good, Haran. And I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. All right. Guess I can get rid of that line. You can't handle the truth. I'd like to see it come down, and then if it starts to come back up, I'd be interested in a long. I can't say I trust the trend line break there. Just mainly because of the 5 minute. I was hoping to, like I said, be able to buy it a little bit, you know, down around this area of the chart. But as of now, it's, I don't know, maybe it's going to just be a balloon that floats away. I don't remember if I asked, but how is everybody's days going? Maybe I asked, but we have way more people here. So how is everybody's day going? I'm so rude. This last night was crazy. So if you were trading last night, so this is when the bombing started. Can you tell when the bombing started? Whoosh. Like 300 points. So this is an argument of why prop firms are amazing. Because can you imagine, seriously, imagine people using their own money. And everything's just going fine, fine, fine. And then that happens. I mean, that is brutal. So yeah, if that move roasted one of your prop firm accounts, a bummer. Nobody ever likes that. But just to maybe try to encourage you a little bit, ask yourself, how bad do you think it would have gotten had you not been in a prop firm, right? How much of your money would have come out of your wallet or your purse had you not been in a prop firm? So just, I go, again, it's never fun to blow a prop firm. I get that, for sure. All I'm saying is just imagine how rough that was for people that were, you know, using their own money. Insane. And then, yeah, this morning was another great move, which allowed me to have a good solid morning. But yeah, that's why I just quiver, especially if a beginner shows up and says, yep, I'm going to do futures. You're going to do futures like in a prop firm? No, I'm just going to do futures in Webull or something like that. It's like, no, stop, please. Please stop. I don't think you understand how fast these things can move and how quickly, well, I'm only going to put in a few $1,000s. Please stop. I don't think you realize how quickly a few $1,000s could be gone. Just like that. Again, to be fair, it does work in your favor too. Like you could be up $1,500 just like that. But as traders, we need to be focused on always focus number one, risk management, the downside. I was in a short position when the news posted. Oh my. That's a good spot to be in. The move blessed me to pass 2 of my accounts. Nice job. I got absolutely blown up today. Yeah, well, I can see people getting blown up, but hopefully, Brulador, I hope that was, when you say blown up, I hope you don't mean like your own cash accounts. Hopefully you mean that within the context of a prop firm. Because as I was just saying, there's been some wild swings, and if you did get, hammered, hopefully hammered just means I lost my prop firm account, which means in all actuality you lost $100, couple $100 at most. I think, okay, well, I'm glad it was just a prop account, buddy, because that could have been way, way worse. All right, in for the breakout. Let's see if we can get some push up through here. Just discovered your channel. Love what you're doing. Well, thank you, Tread and Trek. Good to have you. Come on. Took one out there. Whoop, I don't like that at all. All right, down to 1 now. I don't like how it came down that quick. I'll just use the mental stop. Oh, I'll do my stop right here. So let's see if this thing can get moving. So this will be a winning trade. I'm just going to move my stop loss up as it goes. Very good. Let me move it up some more. So I have no idea how much money I'm going to make in this trade because I don't know how high up this is going to go. What I do know is this will be a profitable trade. I just don't know how profitable because, again, I don't know how high this is going to go. This is what I call the sweet spot of trading. When your only stress is how much money am I going to make? It's a great spot to be in. And again, the reason I don't know how much money I'm going to make is because I have no idea. For all I know, this thing's about to just ba-boom. Now, it may not, and it may come down and stop me out. Oh, well, I'm still making money. But yeah, how much am I going to make? What a great spot to be in. So come on. Push up here. Apex, I've been a bit of a hot streak of late. I just have the 150K with Apex. I took my current payout Wednesday night. My balances. Nice job, Apex. Good job. I mean, you are bragging, but that's okay. You know, as long as you're not always bragging, as long as you're not being obnoxious about it. That's all right. Good job. What tool are you trading with? Technical charts. Everything you see here would be defined as technical trading. Push up some more, and then I'm going to move my... If this thing can get up over 820, I'll move my stop loss up. Some more, but it's first got to get up above 820. So like I said, very stress-free spot to be in. How much money am I going to make? It's a great feeling to have. Looks like it wants to possibly break through. That'd be great. Hopefully it doesn't pull back and stop me out and then break through. Hey, go back up. I lost 350 today. Oh, good job keeping it controlled, O'Leary. That sounds very reasonable. Sounds like a number that you can get back. You know, I'm up, so who cares? Who cares if I lose a little money on this one? Let's just give this thing extra wiggle room. See if we can get this thing. So I am now, technically speaking, if it goes and stops me out, I'll lose a slight amount of money on this one. But I locked in profits on my other two. So this will still be a green trade. But you know what? Let's just give it some wiggle room. Let's see. So I would have been stopped out there. But I moved my stop down. So we'll see if that was... Oh, that is true. I did ask how'd everybody's day go. That's true. Touche. Point taken. Point taken. Zerbat is quite the manipulator. I love how he does them. He's a freeloader. He doesn't want to pay for anything. So he presents everything as, well, if you did this and this just happens to be something he wants, then it would help these other things. It's like, oh, how convenient that the thing you want would magically and mystically supposedly help me in all these other areas. Well, you must be some sort of salesman, Zerbat, right? Like, I see what you're doing. Give me what I want, because by giving me what I want, even I don't want to pay for anything, so just give me what I want. But by giving me what I want, it'll help you in all these other areas. How convenient. Let's just leave it right here. Yeah, you are wrong. Am I wrong about you being a freeloader? You are so wrong for the reasons I've already discussed. But good try. I appreciate your attempted manipulation tactics. All right, I'm moving it up right here. Hey, I'm glad I moved it down. The breakout continues. It'll be a while before I move up my stop. Oh, I say that. If this thing all of a sudden explodes, and yeah, I'll get a little bit more aggressive with it, but... Five-minute is right here. Just into the blue skies. So just float away, balloon, float away. and carry me with you. Did anybody take this trade with me? Did anybody buy the breakout? No, not at all. Not at all. But you pressing me with question after question after question. And then when I start to push back, you start to throw this stuff in my face. It just shows, oh, there we go. No, if somebody's like, I'm not buying your course, and that's it, they're not bombarding me with questions that could be answered in the course, then I don't care. That's not freeloading. Because they're not trying to freeload. They're just, okay, it is what it is. But the main problem I have with you is your manipulation tactics. You trying to do what you did. That's what I really don't. Like you must, like your little Jedi mind tricks don't work around here. Of course, an argument is something on my end. It's something I disagree with. Yeah. So by definition, yes, if I'm in arguments every day, that must imply that I'm hearing something every day that I don't agree with. Therefore, I push back against it. Yes, I do agree. Correct. I have been arguing with people every single day. Yes, that happens on a live stream. Yep. By definition, if I hear something, believe it or not, this may be shocking to people, but on a live stream, you're going to get all sorts of people from all sorts of angles of perspective, and you may hear things you don't agree with. Therefore, you will push back, which I guess by definition is an argument. So yes, that would make sense that I have arguments every live stream. But it's fine. You're upset because you're not getting what you want out of me. You want stuff that is not for you. You can try to manipulate it. You can try to shift it. You can try to make me look like the bad guy, like this guy's always arguing. Like, I know what you're doing. For some reason, you feel entitled to stuff that others have paid for. I'm not sure why you feel that way. Exactly. And that's what I mean. He's gaslighting. He's the one that's arguing. But I like, did he think he was trapping me? Like, why are you arguing every day? Of course I'm arguing every day. It's a live stream. And argue by definition is two people with differing opinions. So believe it or not, I have differing opinions than people on a live stream. Now, maybe that would be shocking if everybody from the live stream is supposed to come from from my exact point of view of life. But no, people come from all sorts of different points of life. And let's move this up here. Just letting it work. Well, thank you. I thank you for pointing out a personality flaw. I will take that into consideration. Thank you very much. Man, this thing is just grinding. Why? I wish I did not get... One of them I did get spooked out of. I had 3. The one was fine. The one where I took my profit, no problem there. But then, I don't know if anybody remembers, but it kind of snapped down pretty quickly. And I was like, oh, I don't like that. I'm out another one. Had I not been fooled... I mean, I'd still only have one because I would have scaled out another one somewhere around here. But still. Good morning, Clay. Possible to go through your... yes, sir. I think I've done my indicators many times. This right here is a 21 EMA. This right here is a 50 SMA. Pink line is a 200 SMA. Dotted yellow is the VWAP. What do you think about LYGMA? What is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, did you? Yes, sir. All right. I thought you did. Oh, here we go. Hey, Zerbad, if you cannot try to tell, I'm trying to, in your words, end the argument. You said I have some, what did you say? I have a personality flaw. You pointed it out. I thanked you. I said I'll take it into consideration. Yet here you are, still trying to continue the argument, the very thing you confused me with. So, Zerbad, that was my polite way of saying, thank you for your thoughts. I'm going to move on, okay? But seriously, thank you. I'll consider. I'll consider my personality flaw of what you suggested. No problem. I'll take that feedback. I'm up like 12K. Should I take profit? Well, I don't know. What does your strategy say? To the moon! With your bull flag, can you offer insight on how to draw the... I'm in these. All right, well, like I said, I don't know where you should take profit because I don't know your strategy, so I can't say. But congrats, I can say that. No, Versace, that's terrible advice. Good grief, is that terrible advice? See green, take green. You can't go broke taking a profit. That's a false mentality. That's such bad advice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. This is verse ace. See green, take green. See green, take green. See green, take green. See green, take green. You know, can't go broke taking a profit. Can't go broke. Green is green. Oh, can't go broke taking a profit. Okay. So you're in a 9 win streak. And then you have this as a loss. No, you don't see green, take green. Sometimes you got to let the thing work for you, or else you're never going to have a worthwhile trade. So yes, you can go broke taking a profit, as I just demonstrated right there. That is one of my pet peeves of advice. I understand its intention. I know it has good intentions, but it's really bad advice. Now, I do acknowledge that there's some situations where, yeah, you should probably just take the green when it shows up because, but if you're always just like, see green, take green, you can never go broke taking a profit. No, you can. You can, because all it takes is one really bad trade to wipe away a whole bunch of your see green, take green. Again, Verace, incorrect. But if you're up big, take it. Do you know that I choose my words very carefully. I told Lori, I don't know where you should take your profit. Like, what does your strategy say? Because what you just did, Versace, you baked in the assumption that 12K is big for Lori. You don't know that about Lori. Maybe Lori is a huge trader. She does very well. I don't know. Maybe up big is not 12K. That's why I said, well, Lori, you got to, I don't know anything about you. When does your strategy say you should take profit? Because neither of us know, Versace, how she would define up big. Like, do you think if Elon Musk, I just got stopped out. Do you think if Elon Musk was up 10 million on a trade, that would be up big for Elon Musk? Well, no, of course not. Right? But you are presupposing, you're assuming that you know her definition of up big. I was not assuming that. That's why I was saying, well, that's on you. I don't know. Because I have no idea if up big is 12,000 for her or not. Maybe. But you don't know that. I don't know that. There are people that are like, Clay, you nitpick words, but words matter. Assumptions matter. Again, somebody could be like, Clay, I am up $1 million. Should I take profit? And I'll say, I have no idea. What does your strategy say you should do? What do your goals say you should do? Because for all I know, that person's worth $1 billion, and up $1 million is just like, might as well be up $10. I don't know. And I'm not going to sit here and start to guess and, presuppose a bunch of stuff. But yes, I do nitpick words because I think to have the clearest form of communication, you want to make sure that everybody's terms are defined. I love to watch online debates. I love to watch people kind of disagree. And the biggest thing that always pops up, one of the biggest hurdles, is people are using the same terms, but they're defining them differently. So that's why you have to define your terms so that you can have a Smooth conversation. What's the symbol of stock? This is a future. I'm day trading futures here. I used to day trade stocks, MR, but day trading stocks is like watching paint dry compared to day trading futures. How could I be tripping if that person's worth $100 million? Or how could I be tripping? So if Elon Musk asked that, I'd be tripping to tell Elon Musk to take $1 million if he was up $1 million. So if Elon Musk was like, hey, Clay, I'm up $1 million in this trade, should I take profit? You think I would be tripping to not hit? Oh yeah, you better take that, Elon. You think I'd be tripping to tell him that? My point is, you don't know the person's situation. I don't know if up $12,000. I get it for you, versus Ace. Up $12,000 is mind blowing. Like, whoa, that's up huge. That's for you though. I don't know what it is for them. I'm just trying to be intellectually humble and honest and say I don't know everybody's situation. Okay, Versace. I try. I don't know how else to explain this to you. What are the future stickers? This is NQ or this is MNQ. Tim. So we have NQ and then we have MNQ. These are the two that I trade. They're the same thing. The only difference is the M is the micro, so the volatility doesn't move up or down. Pretty sure Lori is trolling with this, though. They just top tick their exit. Okay. Well, Lori, next trade, let's do this, Lori. You show up, you tell us your entry, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those areas, Lori. Can you do that for the next trade? The strategy of knowing what already happened. Okay, well, good job, Lori. Next week on the live stream, swing on by. And before you put on any trades, let's do this, Lori. Tell us your entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to those areas. Does anybody know how much I made on that last trade? I don't even remember what that number was at before I started. What is a good beginner-friendly platform to day trade? I'm using Webull, but it keeps giving me good faith violations. The good faith violations of the pattern day trading rule. So, Richard, is it safe for me to assume you would like to be a day trader? A day trader being defined as you can buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell as much as you want every day? Is that, am I barking up the right tree there, Richard? Yes. Okay. Well, then here, and this is the point of the live stream, Richard, because if people like you are just not aware, and then you find exactly what you described. I'm using Webull, but it keeps giving me good faith violations because you're breaking the dumb pattern day trading rule. But what we do here is called Pam's Plant. And here's the thing that pertains to you, Richard. Pam's Plant is an argument to day trade futures through a prop firm. And the main reason for you of wanting and needing to trade futures is this right here. That pattern day trading rule, there is none. So you can day trade as much as you want every single day, as much as you want. And then you'd want to do it through a prop firm. And I don't know what your capital situation is, but you don't need a whole lot of capital to get required to turn yourself into a day trader. And again, a day trader being defined as being able to buy and sell as much as you want. Because Richard, as long as you have a bare minimum of $105, then you could become a day trader. You'd get yourself $25,000 of purchasing power. So, and if you use that link up above, that'll take you there. Use code Clay, give you the discount. But that is how you can become a day trader instantly today. Kick stocks to the curb, kick Webull to the curb, start day trading futures through the prop firm. And that way you can literally start to buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell as much as you want every single day. Not to mention you'll be trading things that move way better than stocks anyways. Because futures make, stocks look like paint drying. But yeah, I know what you mean about. I remember getting. I had several accounts suspended. What is it, like 60 days or something for pattern day trading rule violations back in the day? But I'm telling you, you don't have to put up with that nonsense. Right, Black Master, and that's why, especially for beginners. Beginners doing futures with your own money, no, stop. Your money will be gone before you can even blink. Do futures, but do them in a prop firm. Hey, let's, can we get this up to 75 likes here? We are struggling on the like button today. I will put it at that. Maybe this will be a short stream on a Friday, because it just does not seem like many people are interested here. Tim, you got to be on time, my friend. I went through everything at 11 a.m. I documented everything, showed everything. So I suppose if you want, you can scroll back to, I don't know, maybe the 15, 20-minute mark. It's all explained there. That's why I always explain things at 11 a.m. because I don't feel like constantly explaining how my day went over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But it is back at the beginning, Tim. I mean, are we really going to get another bull? I mean, look at this 5-minute. I mean, there's got to be a deeper pullback somewhere along the way, doesn't there? Doesn't there have to be a deeper pullback at some point? Please don't, Joshua. Please don't. Well, yeah, cash accounts are totally limited. Yeah, not to mention it's your own cash at risk. It also limits you. Yeah, for sure. I wasn't asking any questions. You said was in the... Oh, I'm sorry, Tim. I thought you were asking me in my quick glancing and trying to comprehend. I thought you were asking me what were my trades before coming on, meaning before coming on the live stream. But that's definitely not what you said as I look back. Sorry about that, Tim. The challenge is that I'm still trying to improve at. I don't know. Is this one of these things where you're innocent until proven guilty, or would it be? I guess you're guilty of a bull trend until you're proven innocent of no longer. I guess you can go with that example either way. Yeah, sorry, Tim. Thanks for understanding. Let's see how it behaves around the 21 EMA. Wouldn't mind seeing it come down here and then get some sort of turnaround back up that area. Does seem like there's got to be, like I said, there's got to be a deeper pullback at some point. That's what I'm thinking. There's got to be a bigger candle here. I agree, Labradabber. So much so, I just don't know if I can buy another breakout. I just don't know if I can really, if I can trust that. Clay, sign up for TPT. When did you sign up for them, Fernando? And please tell me you used code Clay. Okay. And did you say what size? So it was last night. No, you have to make the full. So you did the 50K, Fernando. So your goal is 3,000. You can take as long as you want to make that. I say get that done within a month so that you do not have to pay this fee again. Because after you get out of the test phase, the fee goes away. There's no more payments you have to make. So that's where the 1 month thing comes from. It's just a suggestion on my part, aim to get the test done within a month. The 50% is for the consistency, meaning in a single day, you're not allowed to make more than 50% of your target. So for this account, you're not allowed to make more than $1,500. They put that in there as a rule because they want to prevent people from just YOLOing and then, oh, look, how convenient. I passed the test in one trade, even though it was just a YOLO and you got lucky. But again, after the test phase, then you can make as much as you want every single day. So that's how that's working. Take as long as you want to make that 3,000, but in a single day, do not make more than 50% of that amount. Jeff H, you'd be banned if I did not recognize the name and I knew you were not trolling. You would be banned immediately for such asinine talk. No, Nathan, you didn't do that, did you? Not on the pro accounts, not like this. Yeah, today was a day where building size, yeah, just a good chance that may not have worked out. No, I view on the 2 minute, but over here, Boulder, I have other time frames that I'm looking at. My favorite time frame being the 5 minute, but we watch things on the 2 minute because the 2 minutes a little bit more spicy. But I use other time frames in that too. So in other words, in kind of trading jargon, I use multiple time frame analysis. Best Max, hi, I'm new here. Wonder if we could use most common applications that offer spot and futures options. I wonder if we could use most common application. I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking what platform I'm using, Vestmax? And please kick options out of your vocabulary. Assuming you're day trading, please don't. Do not day trade options. That is like the worst thing you can do. Mathematically provable, the worst thing you can do from an efficiency standpoint. If anybody here does day trade options, I'd be happy to walk you through that math real quick to show you how you are being very inefficient. Yeah, instead using Clay Trader, maybe use other, well, no, I don't have a platform. If you go to the link at the top, that takes you to Take Profit Trader. So that is the prop firm that it takes you to. And then after you sign up for your, so step one, if you go to the link up above, select the purchasing power that you want. Make sure to use code Clay so you get the 30% off. And then you'll select what platform. The platform that I'm using and that you see here is Tradovate. So it's a twofold thing of what I'm doing. Hey, Clay, what's your platform? Hey, Clay, what's your broker? What's your setup? Twofold. Step number one, I'm trading through a prop firm, that prop firm being Take Profit Trader. Point number two, through Take Profit Trader, I'm using Tradovate. You want it banned? I would. If I'm not having a sense of humor, because I've heard the same joke 4,000 times. The law of diminishing returns, you know? The law of diminishing returns exists. I can only take the same joke 4,000 times a day. Breakout soon. I think it already broke out. At least per this. Maybe you're looking at something else, Joshua, but yeah, per this, I'd say it's already broken out. And it's already starting to get continuation. But as I was saying earlier, I did not trust that trend line, but shame on me, apparently. I should have believed it. But like, seriously, how many breakouts and and higher highs can this thing have without any sort of deeper pullback? I mean, yes, this was a pullback, but I want to... Hey, Clay, how do you define a deeper pullback? A deeper pullback being getting down below that green line right there is a 21 EMA. That's how I would define a quote-unquote deeper pullback. Hey, just as an FYI, we got to get this up to 100 likes by the hour 30-minute mark. So we have 10 minutes to get 19 likes. As I was saying to people, I use the likes to gauge interest levels and to see if I should continue on. But if we can't get this up to 100 likes by the 90-minute mark, I'm just gonna go ahead, call it a day, and move on. So if you are enjoying, if you are anything positive, and you have not hit the like button, hit the like button. We got to get this up to 100 in the next, I guess, basically 9.5 minutes. So we need 12 more likes. Well, JJ effect, 13 more likes in basically the next 9 minutes. So, because the vibe today is just one where it doesn't seem like that many people are too interested or entertained. Like I've said, the like button is not a vanity metric. It's a data point for me to gauge, am I wasting my time or not? And if people don't seem interested, then it seems to me like I'm wasting my time. And the only way I know how to gauge people's interest is keeping an eye on that like button. So yeah, need 9 more in basically the next 8.5 minutes. So if you have a like and you haven't used it, make sure you do that. All right, well, shame on me for not trusting the trend line. Maybe we're headed up to that pivot point up there. Yeah. Oh, that's actually that's a super interesting level. Because that pivot point is where this whole consolidation was before the bombing and all that stuff was started or was announced or whatever. So I could see that being a pretty stubborn area of resistance. So much so that I would be interested in a short up around that area. If it gets up there, I am interested in a short. What is that value? 67. Interesting. How much is one micro contract? One micro. What you mean is how many points? How much is 1 point worth on a micro is what you're saying. And on the MNQ, which is what I'm trading, 1 point equals $2. On its big brother, the NQ, 1 point equals $20. So the NQ moves 10 times as quickly as that one from a P&L standpoint. Like I said, I have located my area of interest from the short side, but it's got to get up to that level. I've done very well with trend lines today. I just can't believe these trend lines keep delivering. It's crazy. Question to ask, what if there were no news last night? Where would the market be? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea where the market would be. Like, the market would still give plenty of tradable opportunities, but yeah, as far as where would it be, I don't know. I have no idea. I am unfortunately not a psychic like that. That would be nice, though, if I could answer questions like that. No, 3 more likes. We got to factor in the JJ effect. I think JJ was ahead of your time, though, Joshua. Got to factor in the JJ effect. Maybe buy a pullback here. Back test and go, perhaps. Oh, yeah, Frank remembers the original the newest JJ Maxx. He's a great guy. We all, well, I'm not going to speak for everybody. I like JJ Maxx. Who's JJ? JJ was a guy from way back when. I don't even remember the story. But he was just like, basically a total freeloader. Like, he expected me to be at his beck and call for like every question, everything, just boom, boom, boom. But then when I started like, hey man, like, basically I started to push back like, hey, there's other people here. Then he was like, oh yeah? Well, I'm going to take my like away then. So I was like, so the JJ is just factoring in people that like to take their likes away. So that's why I always like to go one above what we need. So right now, technically, we need one more like. But for the JJ effect, because we always got to assume there's going to be at least one JJ out there that'll take their like away. So there we go. We're at 100, but it doesn't matter. We need one more. for the JJ effect. No, it's not done. We need one more like. Like I said, we've got to factor in the JJ effect. Clay, would you let me make a live call on the stream to pass a 50K Apex account in one trade? Yeah, I'll do that, Lobber. Oh wait, to pat? No, I don't feel like getting all registered with Apex and going through all that. I'm sticking with Take Profit Trader for now. That would be fun, but no, I don't. Not fun enough for me to go sign up with an Apex and do all that. Because even if I pass it, then I got to pay evaluations and all that. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that with Apex. But thank you for the idea. Hey, thanks, David. Good to see you, Travis. Okay, this might be a short here. If it comes back down, I can have a tight stop. Maybe this is a fake breakout. Yep. All right, let's see. Okay, looking to get short at the red line. If I get filled, my stop will be right over the high. So maybe this is some sort of fake break to the upside. If I do get filled, we'll be looking at a nice little candle. And then it's just a question of will the candle get continuation back to the downside. We got a little bit of a rising wedge here, which has got why I'm still somewhat bearish at this point. I don't have time right now to map out the rising wedge. Okay, I'm waiting to get it filled, and if I get filled, then I'll click the green button here because that will lock in my stop. Okay, in. First profit target right there at that green line. Put another profit target down there. So there we go. My stop is above the highs. And let's see if this fake breakout wants to give me some momentum to the downside. So I am short. If you're a beginner, that means I want prices to go down. And believe it or not, you can make money in the markets when prices go down. That is known as going short or shorting. Okay, got that one out. Let's see if we can get this second price target. Okay, up there I got to change that to 4 now for my new stop because I now only have 4 left. So there we go. Oh, come on. Come on, fill me. Fill me. Come on, green line, disappear. That means I get filled. There it is. Very good. All right. Now I'll put this slightly in. Whoops. I only have 3 left. Well, never mind on that. Let me take off another one as it comes down. There we go. And I'll let these final 2 work for me. So this will be a winning trade now. Move it down some more. Some more. There we go. Stopped out on that one. Very good. Hey, brother. And then look at that. You could have gone long right there. I've not moved that trend line. A favorite pattern of us around here. The back test. But you had a double whammy back test, actually. You had the 21 EMA and that trend line. Double whammy of support. Now, is it guaranteed to bounce from there? There are no guarantees. But I hope, especially if you're a longer time viewer of the live stream, I hope nobody's shocked to see that it bounced off of the former breakout point and the 21 EMA. I mean, that's just some good. Look at that. Look at that. And that's why I wanted to cover down around there. I guess I was a little. My third one I covered wasn't quite down there, but either way, there we go. And look at that beautiful bomb. I mean, again, I realize if you've never been to a live stream, then this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you. But if you have been here, you know, time and time again, we talk about looking for the back test. The back test and goes. We talk about the 21 EMA, and we had the stars align, and right there. Well, then why don't you go long there, Clay? Because I was short. And there are no guarantees, so in my magical world, the price was going to break down through there. But it didn't. It bounced. It stopped me out, but it was still a green trade. Now, yesterday, I could not get any moves like that. I could not get continuation like that to sit. Now, I didn't get total continuation, but the first trade I had, or was that the second trade? No, my first trade of the day was a scalpy scalp. And then the last trade was a breakout. Was it? I think, yeah. So the second trade was we bought the break right there, and like, then I finally got stopped out. So that was a beautiful one. But this right here is what I could not get yesterday. I just could not get any continuation. And I kept getting stopped out, stopped out, stopped out. But today, that's what I got. You got to just, every day is a new day. Stick with it. And although that one wasn't a bigger move, I still got, you know, it started to work in my favor a bit. If it does come back down, I could be interested in playing along now. Maybe try to back test again. We'll see if it wants to come back down. Going short. Clay, I have a 50, or I have 115. Yesterday I was at 1, and it took my bottom blowout up to. You need this column right here. On assuming you're using Tradovate, this is the column you need. That'll always tell you how much you're allowed to lose on that day at that moment in time. Distribution, drawdown, net liquidity. That's the key column that you're going to want. It'll answer all those questions going short. How do you add that in? I don't remember exactly, but I do know that I have this video. I want to say it's towards the end of the video, but I can't quite say I know for sure. But that video will walk you through how I set up my platform like you see here. And part of that is how you get this column in. But that's the column you'll want. That's the column that I am always watching because, again, that's the column that shows how much money you are allowed to lose before they'll take the prop firm account away from you. Which reminds me, have they gotten back to me yet on my my issue? I would love to be able to do my. No, they haven't. This right here, if you're watching yesterday's, this is the trade I took in the previous session. That should have gone down to 0 because it was a new session, but it didn't. It's still there. So I have an email in a Take Profit Trader. I don't know if it's them. Maybe it's a Tradovate issue, but yeah, it's not the end of the world, but I'd love to be able to do my final flip trade today. I do not have the column available. If you use Tradovate, you definitely do, Dan. You 100% do. You're just not looking in the right spot or something, Dan. Again, assuming you're using Tradovate, you certainly have that column available. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you, Dan. Maybe you got a different version of Tradovate than I do. But everybody that I know, that's what it's called. All right, still just waiting to see if we want to get a little bit more of a pullback. I'm using the desktop platform, so I don't know what you call that. I guess I downloaded to my desktop. That's the version I'm using. All right, looking for a pullback here. I'm going to buy right there. So essentially looking for a bit of a fake break down through this back test point here. Maybe we finally get a bit more of a deeper pullback. Again, quote unquote deeper pullback I'm defining as getting below that 21 EMA. You know what? Just in case this thing starts to flush, I'm going to wait for confirmation. So I'm going to wait for like some sort of hammer or something to form. I'd love a trade YT, but I just can't understand your I don't understand your alerts. I understand about 23% of the comments you throw in this chat. Everything else, I'm like, I have no idea what this guy's talking about. So I'd love a trade for you. Unfortunately, I just don't understand your trades or your comments. So that's what I mean. I'm now looking for, want to see some sort of confirmation that maybe this bleeding is over. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this line, I think. It's just distracting me, at least right now. There we go. So even right here, could that be a stop? No, I'd like to see it come down a little bit more. So I mentioned earlier that I didn't have time to draw the rising wedge, but this is also why I was bearish when I took that short earlier. Had that rising wedge pattern there. So the short that I took, it was also basically because of the rejection. I took that as confirmation of the rejection of the top part of the pattern. Again, I was visually seeing it. I just didn't have it mapped out for other people to see it. But yeah, right now this is just a rising wedge, which is a bearish pattern breakdown. So we'll see if it wants to come down a bit more here. Actually, what is this? 21,800. Okay, I'm going to go long at 21,800. Check it out. We have the purple line here on the 2-minute, which is the 50 period, essentially at 21,800. And we have the 21 EMA on the 5-minute, basically at 21,800. So we have kind of the stars aligning here a little bit. So if it comes down to there, I will be interested in buying. There it is. I'll throw the order out right now. It's got to come down. There's a hammer combo there. Might be strong sells. Okay, well, I mean, YT. Come on, YT. You know we can't. We know the mic game is of zero value. We know that if you play the mic game, you'll never take a trade in your life. Because a trade, if you buy, it might flush. If you go short, it might explode. If you walk outside today, you might get hit by a train. But if you stay inside, a plane might fall from the sky and land on your house. If you wrap yourself in bubble wrap, well, then the bubble wrap might be poisonous and seep into your skin and cause cardiac arrest. Ain't nobody got time for the mic game unless you're never going to take a trade. Might game, could game, may game. Those are games that'll cause you to never take a trade in your life. Ambition, I went over my day earlier. So if you go back to, I started at 10 till. So if you go back to probably right around the 15-minute mark of the live stream, I go over my day. So you're more than welcome to go check it out. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell him, Triple R. Like, Dan, like, no, it's definitely there. Maybe Dan's system got hacked. It got hacked by the Canadians. The worst trade is never taking a trade at all. Yeah. That's where the might and could game can lead you to. You'll be scared to take any trade. But that's what risk management's for. That's why you got to manage that risk. Because yeah, it might go wrong. And that is exactly why risk management is paramount. But yeah, sometimes the best trade is not taking a trade. But Random's premise was the worst trade is never taking a trade at all. Like, never taking a trade. I think if you scroll back to, I don't know, right around maybe the 15-minute-ish mark, because I waited until 11 a.m., which was the official start time, but I showed up like 10 minutes early. So it's probably around the 15-minute, 20-ish minute mark. All right. Is this how many would I be risking if I bought here? That's 33. Ooh. It's over a 10 point. I'm not going to risk 10 on a. Now we'll do a breakout or get out. I'll put my stop right here. So this thing either needs to come out and start popping up, or I'm gonna need out. But even that is, no, I'm trying to get too fancy here. I said I wanted the price come down to that level. I need to stick with it. I'm getting too fancy. I was up 1,500 on the day, then oversized, and now down. Yeah, that's a very real threat. And to be fair to you, it makes rational sense, right? I understand where you're coming from a just strictly logical standpoint. Hey, I'm making money. Hey, I'm having a good day. Let's size up. In all actuality, hey, I'm having a good day. Hey, I'm doing well. Maybe size down at that point in time, because at that point, you're now in an unknown territory. Is all of this coming from a place of good-hearted confidence, or is there a little bit of arrogance in there now? Is there a little bit of cockiness in there? Because when you're arrogant and cocky, that is the last time, or that is the moment in time where you definitely should not be increasing size. But again, to be fair, it might be good-hearted, in good faith confidence. But when those lines start to get blurry, and they do get blurry, that's why trading's hard. It's really best to probably just to reduce size. Meaning, man, I'm having a great day. It's time to up that size. Probably a good sign to be like, I'm going to do the exact opposite of what the voices are telling me. Oh, thanks, Lance. Yeah, it was a good session. Mapped it out, called it out to the chat room. Went through that earlier on in the live stream. I think that trade would have been no, because I was thinking about buying there, stop right here. I would have needed a little bit more out of this move yet before I can say it was. I thought it was confidence, but now I know it was stupidity. No, it wasn't. It wasn't stupidity. It was overconfidence. It was arrogance. It was cockiness. And sadly, to your point, overconfidence, cockiness, arrogance can and usually does lead to stupidity. But yeah, just one of those things. If you're feeling on top of the world and you're like, it's time to raise size, might be a good time to think, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and lower size right now. Greed is always my downfall, as well as revenge trading. Yeah. Welcome to the club. Okay, I think that would have been a losing trade because I'm pretty sure I'd be stopped out right here. I don't know if it would ever went in my favor enough to call that a winning trade, so I'm glad I did not take that one. If it does want to curl back upwards, maybe, just maybe, I could be convinced of a long here. If this does want to come back up, but we'll see. I quiver when I see that word. I was doing easy $200 gains every day this week. Friday comes and one bad day, eval gone. And that's why they were never easy $200 gains. There is nothing easy in trading. I quiver when I see anybody use the word easy. And I know what you mean. I do realize that you don't mean like, oh, easy, it took no talent. I was just closing my eyes, pressing buttons, and I was doing that. I know that that's not what you mean when you say easy. But from an outsider looking in that's maybe new, then they don't know and they could very realistically be like, oh, so trading's easy then. It's easy to make $200 a day? All right, I got to remember I got an order out there. Hey, So at this point, it's no longer, I'm still playing the 21 EMA on the 5 minute. So really it's become, I'm looking to play a fake breakdown now of the 50 period. Earlier, I was trying to play a bounce right off the 50 period, but now it would have to necessarily be a fake breakdown of that level, which I could see it being, because I could see it bouncing off of the 21 EMA. Okay, all right. Now maybe it just decides to bounce right off the 50 period, and if it does, so be it. Long. I'm looking a long off. What is that actually? Ooh. Let me do that. What is that number? A little bit lower. 797. 797. 797. There we go. Why am I at 3? Let's go 5. There we go. I'm looking to buy. If you have $6,000 gains in the account and blow the account, do you lose the $6,000 too? Yes. Now, granted, that $6,000, Kyle, would be, you'd have a big buffer, so it would take way more of an effort on your part to blow the account because you now have a bigger buffer. But yes, if you do blow the account, that means you've blown through your buffer, and that's where that $6,000 is coming in at. That's why it's always the great debate. Do you pay yourself? Do you leave it in your account to build a bigger buffer? Because with a bigger buffer, it is harder to blow an account. That is the plus. That is the pro of having a bigger buffer. It is now going to be the bigger your buffer gets, the harder it becomes to blow your account. But, in your point, Kyle, if you do blow the account, well, that means you never got any payouts or anything. All right, let's do this now. I'm going to see how it reacts at that area. What is that? 97. Yeah, 97, 97, 90. Okay. Curious how it behaves at that line. If it comes down here and starts to give me like some sort of little hammer, I'm going to be interested in a long. You take it short, Verace. Are you short, Verace? I don't see any trade plan from you. Well, as of right now, I think I might have overthought it. You all heard me say, hey, looking for the bounce off the 21 EMA. Oh, look, it bounced right off the 21 EMA. Guilty as charged. Overthinking. Guilty as charged. It don't need to be that complicated. I do not use the RSI. That doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the RSI. I just don't use the RSI. I should be banning versus Ace, telling me to go short on something that I have a sneaky suspicion she's not even short on. Ace, that's actually really mean on your part. Why are you trying to lose me money? Very, very, very mean on your part. 15-minute 9 EMA at 790. Roger that. So how are you going to use that, Kenny? Is that like an entry point, a stop loss? What relevance is that for you and your trade plan? I don't know. I might have to warm if this thing breaks up through these highs. I might have to warm up the band hammer for Verace. That's mean to just try to get me to flat out lose money. That's cruel. Bounce up. So you're looking to enter at 790, Kenny? Is that what you're saying? Like, what are you looking to do with 790? You think it's going to bounce up from there? Fair enough. So does that mean you're looking to buy at 790? How do you make 3K with 2 micros? You don't, because I did not trade 2 micros this whole time. This right here is my NQ trades. This right here is my MNQ trades. Okay, well, Kenny, I'm going to try to help you out to paper trade better. You're not doing yourself any favors at all when you say 790-ish. What does ish mean? Ish is just going to open up the window for you to get the maximal entry point. Not to mention, so give yourself an actual number, Kenny. Like ishes, you need to make day trade or paper trade, and what you're doing as cut and dry as possible. And when you say ish, no, because let's say this, Kenny. Let's say you say 790-ish, and the price comes down here and then goes up, and this right here is 788. Well, there's a very real threat. Your mind's going to be like, oh yeah, I would have gotten in at 788. Or let's say the price comes down here and bounces right there, and it bounces at 792. In your mind, you could be like, oh yeah, ish meant I got in at 792. Do you see how your mind can play games with you when you say 790-ish? Just give yourself a number. You're doing yourself a disservice by doing that. You got to make this mental paper trading as black and white as possible. And ish is the epitome of a gray statement. So where are you going to get long at, Kenny? Give us an exact number. If you're going to mental paper trade, great. But keep it black and white. I only put 200 in yesterday. Only up 20 bucks. 200 in what? Random tech. Okay. Buying at 790. Where's your stop at? Where's your stop loss at? Kenny? Where is your stop loss? Well, you got to think everybody and their brother's uncle, at least the people that use 21 EMA, is, okay, who is going to win this battle? If the price does come down through this green line, you got to think that the bears have a chance now to really start to pick up some momentum. As of right now, you can just make the argument, which is totally valid. Hey, it's pulled back, but this is a bull flag. Totally valid argument right now. My point is that this argument begins to lose its credibility if it starts to separate to the downside of that 21 EMA. So we are at a very interesting, very important level right now. KTT long. Where are you getting long, KKT? Like, give us a number. Give yourself a number. Kenny, you still have not given us a stop loss. There we go. 770 stop at the... All right, there we go, Kenny. Good. Now you can hold yourself totally accountable. Well done. You know your entry. You know your stop. But good job. Now you're going to offer yourself a very cut and dry, a very black and white set of circumstances, which is the goal. I'm going short 819. Stop 840. All right. Man, I must be dented. I'm thinking of going long. Oh, you're on your phone? Fair enough, Kenny. Well, good job. You now got it all locked in. Still waiting for KKT. KKT was like long. Nobody knows what that means. For all practical purposes, nobody knows what that means. Where, KKT, are you going long? We need a price level from you, buddy. To me, not showing any upward strength, just had a downwards reversal. If it moves to 790s and begins an uptrend, then I'll buy in or... All right, good first step there, Bren. Once all that stuff starts to play out, let us know ahead of time. Let yourself know ahead of time in here. What's your official entry point going to be? Stop loss, all that. But I do understand right now you're waiting for some things to kind of transpire. One of those things do transpire. Like I said, hold yourself accountable. Let us know in here before. And that way that number's staring you right in the face. Again, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. We got to get this up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So we have an hour and 4 minutes to get about 75 likes. So if you want this stream to go beyond the 3-hour mark, then yeah, we got to get this up to 200 likes. So if you have not used your like button yet, make sure you hit that like button. It's got very practical implications. You are influencing how long or how short this stream actually goes. So like I said, if you have not yet, hit that like button. Let's push this up to the 200 like mark. And then we'll keep the party going beyond the 3-hour point of view. So yeah, got about an hour and 4 minutes to get, what is that? If my math is right, about 70 likes. That yellow line where I was interested, it never quite hit it. KKT, you never told us your entry. You never told us your entry. We don't know where you got in. You just told us your stop loss and your take profit or your target. Enter now. Okay, so you're in at 802. All right, KKT is in at 802 and their stop loss is about 30 points away. Wait, what? Your target price is 970? Okay. Okay. Was that a typo? Your target is 970. Or was that a typo? Oh boy. Is this thing getting ready to now flush through the downside here? Well, you are, I don't know what you are. I guess if anything, you're like a swing trading day trader. Willing to hold for hours on end. Me, I'll pass on the hour holds. Because yeah, you could be holding on to this thing for literally hours. Hey, Versace, stop armchair quarterbacking and give us some trade plans. You ain't new around here. If you are new, this is what we're looking for. This is the chef's kiss. An entry point, a stop loss, and a target before the price gets to any of those levels. You do that, even if you're wrong, that's fine. No big deal. Nobody can be right all the time as traders. But armchair quarterback trading, hindsight trading, broad statement comments, and ain't nobody impressed by that. That's not productive for anybody. What's the ES up to right now? Kind of just also drifting down. I might take a short here. Look for a rejection. Yeah. I can do that. Let's see if it wants to come down first a little bit.
Stop field.
All right, I got 2. I only got a partial. Maybe that'll be a blessing because if I'm wrong, then I'll be wrong with only 2. Tried for 5. Whoop, that was a blessing. Alrighty then. It did not care about any of those resistance levels. Okay. I don't know. Versace, that's what I call him. Her. I think it's a her, actually. Verace. Okay, all right. Nice bounce, nice bounce. I mean, it wasn't perfectly clean, but there it is, the 21 EMA, that general little area. I don't know if I necessarily believe this bounce per se, but it is what it is right now. Frog, it's clean on the 15 minute. 15 minute does look good. 15 minute came down right to that 200 period. Yeah. That is, that's fair. That's fair. It's hard to disagree with that 15 minute. Well, on the one thing I did do right, the market was kind. I wanted 5, only gave me 2. And I honored my stop. So this is one of those situations where using a stop feels good. Is that a bounce in the 10? I don't know, Versace. You're the expert here. Is it a bounce, Versace? You're the expert. You're the Jedi. If we are going to dump lower, this is a healthy bounce in my... Well, no, exactly. I mean, if we're going to dump lower and it goes up here and then dumps, so then, yeah, whew, I'm with you. Hopefully we get short like right there if that happens. It's looking kind of like maybe a bigger if, though, at this point. I might try a breakout here. See if this is turning back up. I got plenty of wiggle room on the day. Let's see if this thing wants to keep on grinding. I want to see it build out a little bit more. At least another candle. If this candle comes down and then comes back up, I'll throw the order out there. But I want to first see this candle come down. All right. Looking good, Frog? Yeah, that's how you do it, Frog. See how Frog just did it? Now, how's that for detail? Take what Frog just did, Michael Frog there in the chat room, and then put that next to some of the people that show up and go long, or I'm short, or get short. Again, do you see the difference between somebody holding themselves accountable, somebody explaining themselves versus a very broad statement? Doggone it. All I wanted was one more candle to come down here and then come back up. That's all I wanted. Well, in this situation, I feel like quite the genius for honoring that stop. Can you imagine if I didn't honor that stop? Oh, boy. Can you imagine if I just kept adding to it and adding to it and adding to it? Ouch. That is true. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Leaves your bank account empty still. That is a fact. I am still interested in a short up at this area up here. Been a while since I've talked about it, but going back through the history, check out what that level is. That level is actually right here. That is the support area where this consolidated out at right here before the poof happened. So I think, in my opinion, that level still got some significance. I could be wrong, Maybe it doesn't. Maybe the price goes up there and just poofs right through it. If it does, well, then I'll take my loss and live to fight another day. But I'm getting short up around there. She's going to hit 864, then tank. Okay, do you want to rephrase that, Anthony? Would you like to be a little more intellectually humble in that statement? Or do I need to put the liar line up there? The liar line being 864, because you said she's going to hit 864 and then tank. So if that does not happen, Anthony, therefore that makes you a liar. And we don't got any room for liars in this chat. So you will have to be banned. But if you want to rephrase that, maybe interject some intellectual humility into that statement, then I will not throw up the liar line. Or should I throw up the liar line? Because you're like that. No, that's going to happen. Come on, Anthony. You seem like a good guy. Let's be intellectually humble around here. Then looking for a short. Okay. That sounds way better, Anthony. That makes you sound like a nice, humble individual. Clay don't play except down at the bay while he eats some hay. He just may. I have the best name for poems. All right, I'm going to get rid of that. It's essentially served its purpose for now. Ooh, 5 minutes got me a little worried. Not the best candle to be looking at. Again, no single candle makes or breaks anything, but for the bulls, I'm not quite sure that's the most ideal candle. Ooh, this is spicy. I could get such a tight stop here. Long right there. Yeah, I'm going to do it just because I have such a tight stop.
Stop fill.
There we go. Push, push. Take that little scalpy scalp. Take that little scalpy scalp. Hey, KKT. Wait a second. No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, wait, you already told us that, KKT. Yeah, you're the guy that's like a day trading, a swing trading day trader who does not mind holding for hours on end. He, brother. Yeah, hey, that's crazy. If it works for you, that would drive me insane. If I had to sit here for the rest of the day and watch a trade, well, not necessarily that you have to watch a trade. You can just throw out your orders, I suppose. But man, that just does not sit well with my mental. But if you're good with that, KKT, that just illustrates how we're all a little different. Hit your stop loss. Hey, Tim, it happens. Exactly. That's what trailing stops are for. That is true. But just, I don't know. That would drive me insane. Like I said, that shows we're all a little different. All right. This is looking like it'll be a 3-hour stream. We still got 65 more likes to go and only 50 minutes to make it happen. Because this will be over at the 3-hour mark. Unless people still seem to be interested. And I am gauging interest by 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So if you are here, you are enjoying, and you have not hit that like button, it matters. It matters. You are influencing the stream for sure on whether it keeps going or if it doesn't. So hit that like button if you're enjoying, and we'll keep the party going. We'll go beyond. Like I said, last couple days ago, did it like a 4.5-hour stream. So I don't mind pushing the limits beyond 3 hours, but I'm not going to go beyond if it's like, okay, people are just not interested today. I might be looking for another long here. I like how it's consolidating out here. Is this thing really wanting to curl back up? Maybe. I am. If it wants to come back up here. Oh, that's a big stop. That's a big stop, actually. I forget today's quite volatile, so we'll go with 3. I'm not filled yet. No, that was a bot attack, Anthony. The bot attacker, I hope, is now gone. But yeah, we went through about a 2-week stretch where I upset somebody, and then they started to bot attack it. Look left, though. What am I looking left at? That's what I mean. That's a very just broad statement. Look left, though. I am looking left. And what am I supposed to be seeing something? All right. If this wants to come back down and then come back up, I'll watch for it. This is more fun than watching Bloomberg talking heads. Yeah, that's true. I mean, why not get a pretty face like mine? 7:58 p.m. last night. Okay. Could you just tell me what you're looking at, Tactical Reviews? I can tell you're quite the man of mystery. I can tell. Are you? I bet your favorite Batman villain is the Riddler. Okay, I do like this again. If this wants to come back up here, I'd be interested. But the contingency is it's got to come back up here. If this drops down too far, that's going to wreck my risk profile, so I won't be able to take this sort of trade. But all right, never mind. Even if it does come back up, I just really can't take it because my risk profile is kind of distorted. I'm looking at the 400-point drop. Okay. I guess, so what I'm confused about, Tactical Reviews, is I was looking to buy right here, and you told me to look left. And now we've determined you told me to look at the 400-point drop. So my question is, how is the 400-point drop relative to me looking to try to buy a curl back up? I'm not saying they're not relevant. I'm just trying to understand why were you telling me that at that point in time? Like, what's the relevance in your mind? Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, that news is I mean, that's not really, to call it news at this point is almost an oxymoron because it's not new anymore. Oh, there's a philosophical. Cannot new news actually be news? Let me say that again. I guess you would just say it's old. But even old news, isn't that an oxymoron? Yeah, old news is an oxymoron, right? Because we are back up to those levels. Seems to me like we have... Okay, so again, being back up to those levels, are you saying that I should have been like going to go short or something there? Anthony, don't tell me you don't know about it. Anthony. Anthony. I don't know if new news is actually a thing. Shouldn't it just be news because it's new? I don't know. We've just entered into a great philosophical quandary. Like I said earlier, that candle right there, one candle does not make or break anything, but if you were here and if you remember, made the note about, yeah, Long's probably not really enjoying that candle. And that would be why. I am interested at the yellow line there. If it wants to give me a little hammer, I'm going to give it a little try. All right. Get locked in. No. Come down some more. Come down some more, little fella. Hey, 3 more likes. Let's push this up over 150. 3 more likes. Let's baby steps. One chunk at a time. Like I said, we got to get this up to 200 likes if the live stream, if the party's gonna go beyond the 3-hour mark. One bite at a time. I am very interested in that yellow line. All right. I could get aggressive and build a short position and just put my stop right there with the premise of this is either a bounce and roll back over or it's not. And given I have plenty of wiggle room on the day, let's do that. Sell. And then my stop will be right up above those points. So that'll be my line in this. So there's my trade plan. I'm looking to get 3. But that is where I'll have to stop out if this is actually some sort of legitimate bounce. But if it wants to push up here, act like it wants to be strong, and then come back down, I'll have 3 for the party. All right, almost filled me on that first one. So again, 3 separate orders, and then that's my line in the sand up there, the green line. But looking like it's not going to work. We'll see if it wants to come back up. How did it? Oh, so close, yet oh, so far away. To the naked eye, it looks like it hit my entry point, but did not fill me. Well, the move has come back down, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel that trade plan out. Whoa, hey, ha, ho, he, ha. All right. I wish I would have gotten filled there. That would have been nice. But all right, things are getting spicy. Nobody panic. Grab some oregano. Grab some paprika. Grab some salt. Grab some pepper. Grab some cayenne. We're going to start cooking here, folks. Everybody got their chef's hats? We're going to start cooking. Hopefully it's not our accounts that get cooked, but we cook the market. Man, how did I not get filled? My order was literally right there. I wanted short. Oh well, time to cook. And just an FYI, as a quick learning lesson, the benefits of waiting for confirmation. All these up here, I wanted to see confirmation by showing it push up. It never did. And yeah, I'm glad I never got filled in any of those because we are rolling over here. It's one of those things that's a bit sketchy because Israel did say that this is going to be a multi-day campaign. So quite literally, at any point, Israel could do another round of bombing. It'll get announced and markets will just plunge. So this is definitely one of these times where it's an argument for day trading in a prop firm account. Because really quickly, the benefits right now where Israel could all of a sudden just do their bombing thing again, markets crash, is worst case scenario with these prop firms is you lose the account. But what do you actually lose? Well, on the 50K, you pay $119. What would it take for you to lose the account? Well, if you're in a trade and let's say Israel bombs and they announce and then things just plunge and poof, $2,000 is gone just like that. You didn't lose $2,000 out of your own pocket. Now, if you were using your own money, it would have been out of your pocket, but not in the prop firm world. In the prop firm world, you just lost your account. Therefore, the only amount of money you actually lost was the cost of the account, which was $119. So in environments like this, I think you are a crazy person to be trading your own money because Israel flat out said this is going to be a multi-day campaign. So literally at any moment, they could do the next round of bombing. It gets announced, and then who knows what the market does. So I that's why I think quite literally you are being you're taking on a little more risk than I think is necessary when you could be operating within the prop firm, where your biggest consequence would be you lose the account and just the cost of it. So, like I said, right now is the perfect environment. I mean, not to mention, we always have the Trump tweets anyways. So as I've said before, I think with the Trump market, where he could tweet something at any moment and cause a massive spike, I mean, that's a scary spot to be in, using your own money. Quite the bounce here, though. So there's my public service announcement of why I think prop firms, especially in historical times like now, can make a whole lot of sense. Particularly when, like I said, Israel has flat out said, no, this is going to be a multi-day thing. When you lose your account, are you banned forever? No, you can try it. You can get the account back. It's called a reset. So on Take Profit Trader, let's say you lose the account, you can get the account back. Again, that's called a reset fee. So you can reset the account for $100. So it's not even $119, which is why on the 150K it becomes an even better deal, because if you were to lose this account, when you go back to get it again, it's not $252 to get it again. It's just $100. But no, you're not banned or anything like that. Yes, and exactly. SM, you can reset on the same day, all that. Hence, reason you should take your big... Again, verse ace. You are presupposing you know that person's definition of big. Do you not understand that? Yes, you look at that number and say that's big, but you don't know if that the other person looks at that and says big. You know what I mean? Stop acting like you're the be-all, end-all, and you know how to define everybody's situations. Remember, what's the goal around here? Let's be intellectually humble. Good job. Well, good job, Frog. Way to keep it disciplined. I'm going to try a long here. Catch a knife. Stop is right there. Oh, not in yet. How's it not filling me? All right, I'm going down some more now. Tight stop. So I don't... Low probability this works. But if I'm wrong, yep, very small loss. All right, try to catch the knife. Didn't work. Ooh. I do like this on the 5-minute. Look where it's coming on the 5-minute. 57. I'll try it, 57. I'm watching the 5-minute to gauge when I should press the button. It bounced though. Oh, it bounced right off it. I'm looking at verse ace nonsense argument over here. 1 minute, they're telling me to go short and it goes straight up. Now they're distracting me. Well, right off of that dotted brown line. Right off of that area. Well, if somebody else noticed that and took it, good job. Oh boy, I can feel it. I can feel it. This is what I was going to do. I was going to change this to 5 and put a buy right here. But this is just revenge trading now at this point. Okay, I would have been in. Let's see how that would have played out. That green line would have been my entry point. Green line would have been my entry point. Uh-oh. Are you in a prop firm, KKT? Because I don't know if there's enough time in the day for your 970 to come get hit. Everyone's a financial expert in the comments. they're all Jedis. We have financial Jedis everywhere I look. Oh yeah, you probably got stopped out, didn't you? That's right, I forgot about your stop out. Hey, that's all right, it happens. I appreciate you throwing everything out there, KKT. Nothing but respect. Nothing but respect. Well, I'm glad I didn't do that because look at that. That green line represented where I was going to buy. It went slightly in my favor, but that would not have been enough for me to take any sort. I was not looking for that. So right now it's looking like that's why you don't want a revenge trade, folks. Maybe it comes back up, but right now, oh boy. So are we officially in a downtrend? This is a tough one. Because on the 2 minute, we're still up above the pink line, the 200 period. On the 5 minute, we're still, you know, basically just bounce off of a nice strong up. So I don't know. I don't know. Is this something where I should be looking for something like that? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. We are still massively above VWAP. So if your definition, if you base trends based off location of VWAP, well then yeah, from that standpoint, still very much so in an uptrend. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should take a poll. Yeah, I'm actually curious. Let's do a poll here. Is the trend bull or bear right now? There we go. Oh, hey, where did that come from? What in the world? I turned my back for 1 second. Hey, thanks, Ahmed. Thanks for the kind words. Whoa, I turned my back for 1 second. Right when I'm doing the poll, and now the poll is kind of a bit... Yeah, at this point, throw me in the I don't know, brother. I was sinking down, but this candle has me all disoriented. What time is it? No, random time. Did Trump tweet something? No, there are no stop hunts. Don't talk like that. There's no such thing as a stop hunt. Stop it, KKT. Whoever led you to believe that exists, stop. Learn no more from them. They have sold you a bill of goods that is absolute nonsensical garbage. Oh my goodness, that's my biggest pet. The stop hunt. Nobody is hunting your stops. Nobody. Because here's how, KKT. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Have you ever been in a trade and you're like, I'm going to get stopped out of this trade? Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to get stopped out. Yep, it's essentially at my stop. I'm going to get stopped out. And then you never do. And then you know what? It turns out to be a winner. Have you ever been there? Have you ever had that happen? I have many times over the years. In fact, I've had several times even on the live stream itself where I'm like, well, this doesn't look good. Here comes the stop. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Then it's a winning trade. Have you ever had that happen, KKT? All right, most people are bullish. Gotcha. My point is, for those of you that are like honest enough to be like, oh yeah, I've been there before. My question would be like, well, why didn't they get your stop? To your own admission, the price was basically right at your stop. And if these stop loss hunters exist, that seems like kind of bad hunting because you're literally right there. You were right there. Yet why didn't they take out your stop? That doesn't make any sense. Like literally all they had to do was move up like in a stock, like a penny, like 2 pennies. That's all they had to do. These stop hunters had to come up a couple pennies and they didn't do it. Why is that? Because it's all a confirmation bias. If you have a bias that stop loss hunting exists, then whenever you get taken out, and then those stop loss hunters got me, or in a situation where they don't get you and then it goes in your favor, because it doesn't confirm your bias, your mind is just going to toss to the curb. You're not going to remember it. All right, we have 28 minutes to get 36 more likes. We've got to get this up to 200 likes or this is going to be a 3-hour live stream and I'm moving on with the day. But if people are interested, we'll keep moving. We'll keep the party going, but I got to see if people are interested. So you show me that interest via hitting that like button. So if you have not yet hit it, please consider doing so if you want me to keep the party going. Indicator equals nonsensical garbage stop loss. I'm not sure what that means. Are you talking about a specific indicator or? Yeah, I don't know what that comment means. Thank you, KKT. I appreciate it. All right, maybe we got a chance. I'm still not thinking we make it, but maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe I'll have a pleasant surprise. We'll see. All right. Does this 21 EMA holding up strong here? Okay, I like this. If this wants to come up to the 21 EMA and then come back down, I'll get short. But it can't drop down too far first. Or not, or it maybe just drops. Oh yeah, I really shouldn't. I really do need to just SOH here. Sit on hands. I don't know what this is. Yeah. As I was saying, I was really starting to, okay, I'm thinking this is bearish, thinking this is bearish, and then this candle here just threw me into, I have no idea territory. So we're just going to sit and be disciplined and patient. Hey, I'm going to turn on a fan. Let me know if you can hear it and if it's like distracting. But it's getting a little hot in my office right now. So let me know if you can hear it and if it's kind of like in a bad way I can hear it. Is it really loud? Can't hear it? Okay. My favorite artist? I don't have favorite artists. I do not have favorite artists, especially if you're talking about like art, like musical artists, meh. But if you're talking about like artists, like painters, you don't hear it. Oh, that's good. All right, I'm liking this. If it wants to come up here and start to come back down, I'm leaning short for some reason. Maybe that's completely wrong, but I'm leaning short. Yes, Afrage. Afrage is my favorite artist. I'm listening to via AirPods direct to the dome and can't hear it. Okay, good. I used the wrong here. I just noticed that. I didn't even catch it. Hey, Icicle. I just realized that is actually your name. It's Icicle. This whole time I was like, Ice-Sea-Kill? Oh, goodness. Well, good to see you, Icicle. Might try a long down here. Because the 5 minute, we still do have that 50 period. We've got that pivot point. So we'll see if I can cook something up. But yeah, if it wants to come down more, I'll look for maybe some kind of long. Hey, Aaron, good to see you. I recognize that name. Hey, Clay, do you always use a set? No. Well, yeah, kind of, in general. But no, I don't always just, like, as soon as I get in, go out and, like, throw out a target price. $65. Gonna try to play a double bottom. Dangerous trade, though. I am officially knife catching here. Seeing if this thing wants to do some sort of double bottom. But dangerous trade, dangerous trade. Again, looking for a double bottom. But there's also a knife catching aspect to this. So I'm living on the wild side right now. But that's assuming that it wants to come back down. Well, as of now, it's just flat out bouncing off of the 50 period moving average over on the 5 minute. I'm trying to set up my chart similar to yours. I'm so glad I did this video. Right here. This will walk you through everything in terms of my platform and what you see here. There you go. All right, I'll leave the orders out there for now. Does anybody know, is Trump speaking today? And if so, what time? Do we have any idea? He was speaking about the war earlier. Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to cancel those orders out. I also need to check on something else. See if... Oh, here we go. Okay. Did I get it figured out? All right, they're telling me I can disregard this. Okay. I got to do a flip day still. I'll do that in a little bit. So back to the point. Now I will say this. This failure here has me more convinced that we are in officially a downtrend here. Because that was this big move up and it has essentially failed. So... that does now have me leaning towards more bearishness here. The 50 period, though, on the 5 minute, that's what's got me a little worried still. Yeah, good green day. Yep. Somebody remind me, though, I do still need to do a flip trade. Supposedly, they told me just ignore this. So I guess I can go do another flip trade and... I don't know. But we won't do that right now. I'll do a flip trade at another point. Well, maybe we just build out some sort of bigger bear pennant here where we have some sort of top right here. We have the bottom right here. And then, you know, if that's the top of the pennant, put the golf up here for the upside down pennant. Just kind of chop around and then maybe get a break to the downside. Is that what we're... Well, yeah, I'm officially going to put my put myself on Team Bear right now. But hindsight will have to be our judge on whether or not that's the right decision. But I am on Team Bear. Hey, we might actually do it. 25 likes away from 200 likes, and that is significant because that is a number I'm looking for to take this beyond the 3-hour mark. So if you are enjoying, if you're finding value, if you're entertained, if you want to contribute to having the live stream continue to keep the party going, then make sure you hit that like button. Got to get up to 200 likes in the next, I guess, about 17 minutes. Oh boy. Well, don't break it on this. All right. Maybe it's getting spicy. What's up with this movement? Let's see. Okay, I'm not going to take it on this candle, but if we can get one more candle and the next candle comes up a little bit and then comes back down, I'm in. Okay, but don't break on this candle. Do not break. No, bounce. I'm doing this because I want a tighter risk profile. Good. Come on. No. That seems too much like chasing to me. That seems like a FOMO short right there. So I can't do it. If you're getting in there, I hope it works out for you. What you did. He's looking for it to bounce. Fair enough. Okay, maybe we do have a chance. I was pretty pessimistic. We're only 19 likes away. Maybe we have a chance to keep the party going. We'll see. Okay, good. Yep, come back. That's why I didn't want to short FOMO it. It seemed a bit sketchy. And now it is bouncing a little bit. These are 2-minute candles, so we got to wait for 2 minutes to pass before the next one starts to form. There we go. Okay, come up and then come back down. No, you got to come up a little bit more than that, brother. Bro didn't even trade for last... Who? You haven't made any trades for the past 2 hours? Motivation healing? That's all right. Hey, motivation healing. Sometimes it's just a game of patience. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Gonna get short right there if it comes back down. Try to anticipate a bigger move to the downside. Now, if this pushes up too much, then I'm going to have to cancel because my risk profile will be changing. But right now, I feel fine with this risk profile. Looking for some bearishness, looking for some downside pressure. So break down or get out here, but got to go down and hit me at that red line. Oh man, why are you trading shares, dude? You gotta get to futures trading. That's a very inefficient use of capital. 100 shares, man. You got like tens of thousands of dollars at work. You need like 1% of that. There we go. Okay, come on. Now start coming down. Those are a couple profit targets. Come on, got the break. Give me some follow through now. If I got suckered into a fake break, then it is what it is. Oh man, day trading options is 10 times worse. Please don't tell me you day trade options. Please. I will show you the math on how that is just absolutely inefficient. Uh-oh. Did I get suckered in? I'm in short with you to 755. All right, brother. Let's see if we can get it. My first target, 761. You trade gold. Yeah, that's not the efficient way either. Telling you, day trading futures through a prop firm. Most efficient way out there in the category of day trading. Mathematically provable. I realize I could be scalping out right now, but I'm looking for more of a breakdown, like I said. Come on, release the hounds. I don't like prop. Dude, yeah. You don't like prop firm rules because they make you behave. That's why you don't like them. You want to be able to go out there and do whatever you want. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hey, man, if you want to risk thousands of dollars of your own money, go for it. If you want to be inefficient, no problem. Although, to be fair, I'm very skilled. I'm very disciplined. And I never... Oh, you never break your rules. Well, you know what? With all due respect, I'm going to have to not believe that. Unless you want us to believe that you are a flawless trader who never breaks your rules. Like, are you seriously the first... Are you never break rules? Like, you're flawless? You never break rules, huh? You never have bad days, no rule breaks ever? You're just a flawless trader? And, oh, how did you not fill me? Thank you. All right. So now at this point, I'm going to bring, oh, come on. Don't snap right back up. I'm going to put my stop in green territory. So this will be a green trade no matter what, but give me a break. Give me some push through here. Well, I tried. I gave it a chance. At least my first profit target was hit. So I'll try to look at the glasses half full. But as you saw there, absolutely zero follow through then. Well, AAPL choppy. Yeah, I hope you're not day trading AAPL. I assure you, there are way better decisions you could be making than day trading AAPL. Just from simply the movement standpoint, AAPL is truly watching Apple. Watching Apple stock from a day trading standpoint is like paint drying. Yep, on to the next one. Hey, old boy. Yep. I'm feeling kind of honored right now. Been in the market for a long time. I've never met a trader that's like, I never break rules. I'm the perfect trader. I never violate my rules. I'm always perfect. Never go on tilt. Never revenge trade. I'm the perfect trader. I never have bad days because I break rules. I have officially met one. IK, what you did. I mean, I am amazed. Amazing. You are the first flawless trader I've ever met. I am in awe. No, Frog, the guy above you. Oh, I know you're an honest person. I know you were like, yeah, man, nobody's perfect. No such thing as a perfect trader. Oh, man, I was feeling so good about it. Especially when I got that first one hit. I'm like, all right, let the bleeding begin. And then right back up it went. What's even worse was on your stop is the current candle. Yeah, yeah. Well, I thought as soon as I bring my stop in winning territory, I mean, when I moved my stop down, the price was all the way there, and then that fast it snapped back up. That was wild. But it is what it is. Hey, we need 16 likes in about 8 minutes. So maybe I'm going to start wrapping things up here. Do we have 16 likes out there to keep the party going beyond the 3-hour mark? Officially 8 minutes to get 16 likes. If you want the party to continue, now would be the time to hit that like button. Look at this now all of a sudden. We got to get up to 200 likes if this party is going to continue. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay. Again, IK, what you did, nobody here believes you. When you want to show up and say, I always follow my rules, I'm a flawless trader, nobody believes that, okay? So that's like, that's just like, the fact that I even have to say that. The fact that you think you could get away saying stuff like that and that anybody's going to believe you, that's kind of crazy, man. Like, nobody believes that you are a flawless trader that never makes mistakes, never breaks a rule or anything. Nobody believes that. Signing up for a take profit. Curtis, I use this one. Tradeovate. So that's what I use. Not that there's anything perfect about it or special, but that's just the one that I use, Curtis. Curtis, code Clay. Use code Clay to make sure you get the... What in the world is going on here? We got all sorts of stuff going on. I'm trying to see if we can get up to 200 likes. The price is going spazzy. We got some guy saying he's a perfect, flawless trader who never makes mistakes, never breaks rules. What is going on? Welcome to Friday afternoon, I guess. Is there a built-in economic calendar? Yes, there is, Neb. And they also email you. Hey, 7 more likes. 7 more likes in 6 minutes to keep the party going. Again, this is not a vanity metric. It's a data point. I'm trying to gauge, are people still interested? Are they still finding any value? Are they finding anything positive? If so, if that pertains to you and you have not hit the like button, hit it. Because if we can get up to 200 in the next 6 minutes, I will keep the party going. I've been trying to find it. It's in your dashboard. Just up in like the dashboard area, top right-hand corner. All right, well, I'll go ahead and get rid of that candle. I'm going to try a long down. Why do I have 4? Try to maybe catch a little bit of a falling knife here. Buy right there. Yeah, about 8 points. Yeah, I'll risk 8 points on it. No, ban you because your claim is just a flat out lie. Because you're lying. That's why. That's why you would be banned, because you're lying. Again, you must think we're all very stupid if you think that we're going to believe that you are a flawless trader that never makes mistakes, never breaks rules. Like, that's an asinine thing for you to expect us to believe. So no, it would not be banned because I don't believe you. It's just being banned because it's an obvious lie, dude. Like, this is the equivalent of me showing up saying I can fly. Well, we don't believe me. So you're going to ban me? For you don't believe me that I can fly? That I can just go run without like a glider or an airplane or anything and just jump off a cliff and fly? You don't believe that? You're going to ban me because you don't believe me? It's like, no, because you're clearly lying. Yeah, see you later. I love it when people show up. They want to pee on their legs and be like, oh, it's just raining. Like, how stupid do some people think? I don't know. Maybe some live chats would believe that. I don't know. I know that the group we have here, they're not. I mean, that's just laughable. Yeah, I guess pigs apparently can fly. All right, we need 5 likes in the next 3 minutes. Talk about a barn burner. Are we going to get over 200 likes? 5 likes in the next 4 minutes in order to keep the party going. Clay don't. Well, I mean, come on. There are some, and I didn't even ban them. They just left. But there's some people that make it so obvious. Like, imagine showing up like, I'm a flawless trader. I don't make mistakes. I'd never break my rules. Like, come on. Come on. We all know how hard trading is. We know how mentally challenging it is. Like, some people just make it, like, obvious that they're trolling. All right, 2.5 minutes to get 4 likes. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. I do have an order to get long here at the green line. My stop is the red line. Again, long at... There we go. Oh, the bot guy just showed up. Or else somebody just clowned and bought a bunch of likes. Or is the bot guy here? Nope, bot guy's back. Bot attack guy's back. Yeah. Thanks, Joseph. I'm curious if you're... Yeah, that's my stop. My target for a first one would be, I don't know, right around here, give or take. Just quick little bounce, which would give me more than a 1-to-1. No. The bot guy is the guy causing likes to skyrocket right now. I upset somebody a couple weeks ago, so they do bot attacks. Although I'm surprised the viewers haven't shot up. So it looks like this one is just designed for likes. Yeah, exactly. That would be the attack. I guess he's still around. Well, bummer. Nice bounce, did not come down low enough, so I'll cancel those orders out. Here we go on 800 short. All right. What a bounce. Quite impressive. Yeah, I don't know if that was the bot attack guy. Is that somebody here? Like, did somebody here just buy a bunch of likes? Be honest. Be honest, is that somebody here? Because usually the bot attack guy also attacks the views, but the viewers have remained normal. All right, curious how it behaves at that purple line. Interested in potentially a short. Oh, yeah, I assumed you were joking, Aaron. But I would love to know, did somebody here go and buy a bunch of likes? I won't ban you or anything like that. I'm just curious. I'm trying to figure out, like, what exactly is going on with that. Because that was a little coincidental. I like my money too much to bribe. Yeah, no, thanks. No offense taken, Kyle. What are you doing, Verse Ace? You're the master. You're the expert. I'm trying to puppet trade you. Tell me what I'm supposed to do. $7.91 long. I noticed you didn't give a stop. Is your stop just cross your fingers? Yeah, I've used a 2 minute quite a bit, but I've done the 1 minute too. The main one I like though is a 5 minute, which is off screen, but I just like to track it on the 2 minute. Hey, Ranger, did you get filled up at 800? How high did it go there? Oh yeah, 8.25. Man, you basically nailed the top there, Ranger. Good job. Stop loss 780. All right. You take any profits yet, Ranger? What do you look at? You got 15 points, or at least you had 15 points. Are you looking for more? 50% out. Nice. Nice. 6 riding. Good job, Ranger. Congrats. Congrats. That's good stuff there. That's how we do it. Dun 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 dun. You done for the week? Yeah. You know, if you're nice and green, you always got a question for your mental health. Do I really want to risk going red? Or better yet, so let's just say this is, risk management here. Let's say you're up 500. And let's say this person's like, they ask themselves, and this is a key question, how much would I still feel good about to be green going into the weekend? What would make me still feel good? And that person says, you know what? I'd still feel good at $200. So here's my question. Can they make another trade? Yes, they can. What? But now they know a key number. They know what their risk could be on their next trade. How much risk could they take? 500 is how much they're up right now. And then they ask yourself, well, how much would I still be mentally okay, mentally at peace with going into the weekend green at? And they answer that question, $200. Therefore, they can indeed take another trade. How much risk could they take on this next trade? They now know that number. Yeah, all right, Travis. Well, I'm glad at least one person decided to participate. That's good. It makes sense. Construction. Very good. Yeah, $300, right? So you could go take another trade, risk $300 on it. Now, if you're lying to yourself about that $200 amount, then that's not going to do you any good. So that whole exercise does presuppose that you're going to be honest with yourself about what number would sound good. What do you mean you might get stopped out? Didn't that number get you already there? Oh no, by the skin of your teeth. Oh wow, yeah, in by a half a point right there. I think you still got a chance. I think you still got a chance. We'll see though. Dun 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 dun. What are people doing this weekend? We are going to family from our church tonight. They invited us over for hamburgers and hot dogs. So that'll be tomorrow or tonight. Tomorrow, I don't know what we have going on. Sunday's Father's Day. So hopefully I'll get some Sour Patch Kids. That's like the only time I'm allowed to have them because they're all that food dye. Oh, you're selling a business? Nice. I teach folks to ride motorcycle. Oh, that's cool. Flying to North Carolina to see my kids. That'll be enjoyable. How old are your kids if you're willing to share? Yeah, yeah. Did they say how long recovery will be? Oh, and don't tell me they did you like that, Brace. Oh no. They stopped you out and then it went in your favor? That was brutal. Not like this. Another week? Alright, well. Hopefully it's another 7 years so that you can just stay in here for the next 7 years. That'd be good. That'd be good. I really do like this as a potential long. What's got me a little spooked is up overhead is that purple line there. I guess I could try to lock in some profits before it gets up to that area. All right, let's try. There we go. I like how it dropped down more. Before. Let's see. Again, green line is for me attempting to go long. Okay, I'm in. Oh, I got cocky. There we go. There we go. There's a little scalpy scalp. But I should have held. You dirty rat. See? Yes. Again, and this will mean more to those of you that were here on yesterday's live stream. Yesterday, I didn't do what I just did right there, and I kept getting chopped to pieces. Typical. I scalp here, and then looks what it does. It keeps on booming. Again, if you were not here for yesterday's live stream, that you have no context for this. But if you were here yesterday, you're laughing at me right now. Hopefully you're like, I pity you, Clay. I've been there before. That's definitely very frustrating. That's all right. I got my little scalpy scalp. By the way, fair warning, if you ever take a scalp and then you say, there's my little scalpy scalp, and you say it like that, you'll be addicted. One of the funnest things you can say. Fair warning. Fair warning. Don't do it unless you want to be addicted to saying it. Unless you want to walk around Walmart like I was last night with my kid going scalpy scalp. That's not totally true. That's not totally true. But I do embarrass my kids because my Faye likes to, stand on the end of the cart. So when you're taking corners, and then my second oldest is like, Dad, there might be people around. I'm like, oh, that's true. Scalpy scalp? No, I didn't say that part. All right, we are at that purple line, though, where I said could be a problem point. And right now it is behaving as a problem point. So do you get short here? Put a tight little stop up there. I don't know. No, I'm not going to do it. That's a nice breakout candle. Not going to do it. We got a little bit of a breakout right here. So I could see this thing very realistically starting to get some more pressure. We'll see. Let me throw out the question mark just in case nobody shows up and says, some guy said that was going to happen. No. Question mark. Maybe. Potentially. I could see it making sense. In long here, 820. Oh, from 795. Ooh, I don't know. Last time I joined Lobber, had a winning trade. I'm gonna join. 895. Where's your stop at, Lobber? Probably down here. Like what? 777. Uh-oh. 780. Oh man, why do you got it right at the support level there? That's confusing. Huh? Well, yikes. I guess I should have went short right there, huh? So 7.99, 12 left, stop. Wow, good job, Ranger. Oh boy, you're getting paid. Ranger's getting paid. Good job. Keep an eye on the 5-minute, Ranger. That purple line might get a little stubborn. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe, no, it don't care. It don't care. We dropping. Who said what? Why? All right. Well, right off the what? I don't think there's any news. Hey, have a good one. Have a great weekend, Frog. Did Trump tweet? Did Israel bomb? ABC News on missile launch. Okay, more missiles now. Amazing. Amazing. Right off of the pink line. 200 period moving average. Oh, from Iran to Israel. Gotcha. All right. All right. And yeah, okay. This is what I mean. This is where prop firms are pretty beneficial right now. No, it doesn't look like that's the case, Camotep. Looks like Iran just launched some missiles or something. So it seems though that is the reason. You got any can anybody else confirm? I'm not seeing anything, but I'm not doing a whole lot of quick research. Just revenge traded and it worked out for me. Yikes. It will whip around to hunt stops. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like I didn't read that, Sam. I'm going to pretend like I didn't read that. Next comment. All right. Ooh. See, right now in the 5-minute, it's that pivot point that just keeps, chopping all around that pivot point. Marvin, yeah. I'm kind of scared to do anything because if this is news, then I mean it could really jolt in any direction. Thinking about along at that pink line. I mean, it bounced from there before. Maybe there's a quick fake break of it. Let me do 3 down there for the fake break. Oh, I should have just bought at it. So you better get short. Are you short then, Verace? Are you short, Verace? I just shorted 40K worth of Neb. If that's true, I'm banning you right now. Pretty sure it's not, but if it is, you're gone. You're gone. Entry. I kind of like this for continuation. I'm going to get short there. Risky trade, though. Risky trade. Why are you trading coins, Neb? I thought you were kidding. Why? You start with futures, man. What are you doing? Oh, come on. Come on, break. Flush. More. Oh, because you are trading futures. That's good. Come on. I am short. Blue line is... Neb, you got to just go to futures, man. I am going to short another 5 there. Let's see if it wants to come down some. There we go. Now, come on. Push. Push. Feels like I'm getting greedy now. Like this thing just does not want to quite break down. But I'm trying to be patient with it and give it a chance. Come on. Come on, just release the hounds. Come on, push. Push. The blue line's my entry.
Order filled.
Come on. All right, I've had enough of this nonsense. Go ahead, flush without me. My ego wants this thing to bounce back up now. I tried, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I'm glad I did what I did. And hopefully this, but I don't know, it may come back down, but I don't feel bad about that. Even if that thing does flush, I gave that thing plenty of time. And to see it bounce, right, and there we go. Well, winning trade, but a disappointing trade. Sorry, Labradabra, I lost faith. And right now, I feel very good about having lost that faith because right now it seems like this thing might be getting ready to bounce back up. Yep, I'm very glad I lost that faith. What a dog. Darrell, no, that's the great thing about futures. There is no pattern day trading rule. You can buy and sell, buy and sell. You have as many day trades as you want every single day. But remember, make sure you do futures through a prop firm. Because futures move, and they move very, very quickly. And your money could be gone just like that because that's how fast they move. But within a prop firm, you have much better insulated risk control. But yes, if you're looking to be a day trader, and as far as a prop firm is concerned, you could literally become a day trader. Day trader would be defined as being able to buy and sell as much as you want every single day. If you use the prop firm that I use, that I recommend, you could get started Become a day trader for literally $105. Am I stupid? I want to go short again. In my mind, it seems like this wants to go, but I better chill out. Because I got to remind myself, the last couple times the price has been down around this area, what happened? The buyers stepped in. So there are clearly buyers around this area. So if anything, would be best to probably short below these lows to make sure that these buyers get cleared out. But go short. You go short. No, Daryl. Do not trade futures infidelity. That means you're trading your own money. You've got to use a prop firm. Go to the link that you see at the top of the screen. It's going to take you here. Then you select how much purchasing power do you want. And then you'll select platform. The platform that I'm using and that you see here is Tradeovate. Do not, I repeat, as a beginner, do not trade futures with your own money. Because of this, Pam's plan. This is an argument of why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. But for this reason is why you, especially as a beginner, you should not be day trading futures with your own money. Because futures, they can move. Now, granted, they can make you $1,000 in the blink of an eye. But again, that's a two-sided coin. Yes, they have paper trade. Yes. But please. Okay, do I get short here? I can't tell right now if I'm on a little miniature kind of emotional rant. Now I am. Now I am. Sit on hands. Now I'm on tilt. Yep. Don't cry for me, Argentina. The truth is I never left you. Through all my wild days, my mad existence, I kept my promise. That's my trick. When you're on tilt, you sing Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. That is the trick. It's a good song if you've never sung it. I waited and I waited and I waited. I finally got out. I felt smart for getting out just to see that. Iran launched missiles. Yeah, I think that occurred right here. Was it Aaron? Somebody in the chat. On that candle right there. I think that's when Iran launched missiles on that candle. So yeah, I definitely have to sit on hands right now. Man, that's irritating. Boom, called it. Good job, Yasir. Or Yasir. Good job. VWAP is interesting. VWAP is definitely very interesting. To build a trade plan around there or to not. I don't know. Is that a buy? Okay, I'm kind of FOMOing, so as I did yesterday, let's do FOMO in a smart way. So I am FOMOing. I'm maybe minorly tilt trading, but I'm aware and I'm doing it in a smart way in 3 ways. Way number 1, this is all in a prop firm. So I have built-in insulated risk just based on the nature of a prop firm to begin with. Way number 2, I am on MNQ. So the much less volatile one. Way number 3, I am doing 1 MNQ. So yes, I still have some skin in the game. Yes, I'm FOMOing. Yes, I'm a little bit irritated, but I'm doing it in a wise way. Okay, let's try the buy right there. So if I'm right, I'm not going to make a whole lot. But way more importantly, if I'm wrong, I'm not going to lose a whole lot. So yes, a little bit of FOMO trading going on here, but I am aware of it. And again, this is the benefit of a prop firm. Allows you to be able to FOMO with skin in the game, but in a very risk-controlled way. Looks like a few missiles made it through Iron Dome. Okay, I'm in. See if we can get some more push back up here. Take that little scalpy scalp. Yeah, maybe Labrador, but I think there's also the component that missiles are flying through the sky right now. So and don't get me wrong, I am a hardcore technical analyst. Like I love my technical charts, I love all that, but I'm not, and I'm not saying you're blinded, Labrador, but I'm also realistic to also admit when missiles are flying through the sky, when bombs are being dropped, tactical analysis loses a little bit of its kind of essence. So to be fair, Labrador, maybe that's why it played out the way that it did. I'm probably more in the camp of, there's just a bunch of crazy stuff going on right now, so prices are kind of going all over the place. But I could definitely be wrong in that. Maybe it's played out like that just because of what you said. I am completely open to that being a possibility also. All right. If the price comes up here to this pink line and then gets rejected back down, I'm interested in a short. But hey, either way, Labrador, at the end of the day, you made money on it. Great job. If these shorts here have to cover. Well, if the shorts here have to cover, then it'll be a losing trade. Because if this is about to V-shape because shorts are covering, well, then it's going to be a losing trade for me. Anyone check on the guy who was long and holding for the 800s? I don't know who that was. Did you have lunch yet, Clay? I don't eat lunch. I don't eat breakfast or lunch. I fast. I do intermittent fasting. I have not ate breakfast or lunch for a decade now. Hey, thanks, Anthony. Same to you. What do you break your fast with? Well, tonight I'm going to break it with, I guess, hamburgers and hot dogs. We got invited over to a cookout. I can't talk about it. I'm a nutcase. I'm on like. Just start it. Just if you want to get into intermittent fasting, just start by skipping breakfast, and then eat between noon and 8 p.m. and that's it. That's how you break into it. But I'm not going to tell you what I do because I'm like a psychopath. Just don't worry about it. But intermittent fasting, start there, and if you can get to the point where you can skip lunch, I think that's a good goal. And then you're only eating basically one meal a day. IRNA says hundreds of missiles were fired toward Israel. Like how many hours? Like I said, JJ, I'm a psychopath. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm going to go long at that green line right there. See if it wants to try to come back up. Yeah. It's worked for me. I've tried everything, a bunch of small meals. It's it's not a diet. Diet is what you eat. It's a diet implementation strategy. So as far as a diet implementation strategy, it's the one that's worked for me. No, I don't drink calories. Nope. Haven't eaten since 8 last night. Very good. Don't pass out. You're right. I didn't mean my water. I've been meaning to go get my water this whole time, and I've not gotten it. You were right, Versace. I need my water, and all right. Well, remind me to get it. If I want to see if this trade triggers first. But you are correct. I need to get better at my water. There we go. I'm in. That was a bad fill. Don't forget the flip trade. Yeah, you're right. I do need to do my flip trade. I will do that in a little bit. But thank you for the reminder. Okay, all right. Here is the big debate now I'm going to have. Is this a bear pennant here that needs to be shorted? I mean, there it is. There is their bear pennant. Dude, is this a short? That is the question. If this comes down here, is this the short? I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a bear pennant. That VWAP, though, is making things sketchy. VWAP is making things sketchy. Good job. Yeah, thank you. It's been a good day. Much better than yesterday. Take any supplements? No. I actually started to take manganese. Manganese. Some manganese pills. Besides that, no. I do drink a black cup of coffee. I don't do energy drinks. I mean, if you want to poison yourself, then a quick way to do that is those energy drinks. Oh my goodness. You might as well mix up rat poison compared to those energy drinks. Those things are man. Anyways, I'll step away from my energy drink rant and raving. Oh, to short or not to short. And for me, it's a cup of black coffee. Not 37, a cup. I add some sea salt to my water. Nice. Oh, boy. Oh, the bear pennant is whispering my name. I agree they're not good for you, but a Red Bull or a Monster is so, yeah. So good and so bad for you. Don't forget black seed oil. I don't know if I've heard of that one. All right, I'll look into that. Black seed oil. Take a poll. No! Travis, that's exactly what I'm... No, C4. No! I got plenty of wiggle room on the day. I'm going to go for it. Oh! Did it just leave me behind? Let's see if I can get a back test. That red line is my entry. Trying for a back test here. And I'm... Oh, no! Did I just... Again, the red line, I was a little too slow. I'm still trying to get filled if it wants to come back up, back test. All right. I missed it. I missed it from my scalpy scalp. Sometimes you're just too slow on the trigger. Do you limit the size of your one meal? No, nope. I pound that food, man. That's what I like about intermittent fasting. Because what I didn't like about the bunch of small meals is that I was always hungry. I could never get filled up. But yeah, with the intermittent fasting, when you can eat, you can just eat. And I like that. Now, I always eat a salad. Absolutely amazing you're trying to long this marker. What? I'm trying to long this marker? What does that mean? Yeah, I don't know what you mean by trying to long this. Oh, probably market. Maybe you meant market. Well, Deadman, I was not trying to long. I was trying to go short. Yeah. Like, that's the one thing that, would separate me in the fitness industry if I went there was be like, hey, listen, no scams here. You can literally watch the transformation over like 4 years on YouTube. Because, yes, my earlier YouTube videos looked a little bit more round. Well, next potential problem point for shorts. Pink line right there, the 200 period moving average. But yeah, the VWAP as of now really didn't put up. Yeah, Deadman, I was not trying to go long. Or to be fair to you, maybe the your was not in regards to me. Maybe you're talking about somebody else in the chat. But me, I tried to go short there, but I was too slow. And then I waited for a back test, and it didn't give me the back test. Congrats to anybody that took the bear pennant, though. There it is, the bear pennant. Did anybody take that bear pennant? Can we get some likes? We're stuck at 861. If you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying, please smash the like button. It helps. It really does. Oh, somebody just took away a like. Okay. Patterns work better over here in future. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, futures are just better. They're just better. Literally. Well, not literally, but I said this, I've told this story a million times. I'll probably tell it a million more. I've always heard, if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually be a day trader of futures. And it took me a little while longer than probably most people, but here I am. I'm a day trader. I'm doing futures, and futures are awesome. Because futures, they're just better. In the category of day trading, futures make stocks, options, crypto, forex look like paint drying. They really do. Not to mention, then you start to look at the capital required. Like, to make any decent money on Tesla, for example, you need at least 100 shares. But even then, it's like, okay, maybe you'll make a few $100. But I think about it. To buy 100 shares of Tesla, you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. Or like Nvidia. It's like, okay, yeah, to make money, worthwhile money on Nvidia, you need what, at least probably 50, 100 shares. So again, you're at tens of thousands of dollars needed. Not to mention, if you don't have $25,000 in the world of stocks and options, you're stuck under the pattern day trader rule. So yeah, futures, they're just better. And then you factor in the whole idea of the prop firms and how that allows you to manage risk. It's just better. By the way, this person's not here, but I meant to bring it up. Did anybody notice the irony? The irony of why that person was like, well, I don't think prop firms are good because they have rules. I don't like their rules. But yet this very same person was like, but I'm flawless in my rules. I never break rules. I always follow them. So it's like, well, then what do you care about those rules? Like, it sounds like you'll have no problem following those rules in a prop firm. Like, what's the big deal about rules if you always flawlessly follow rules, which was his own claim? Sometimes you just got, okay, I can't talk. I'm about to buy, I want to buy the 200 period on the 5 minute. So 52. We'll go with 51 right there. Okay. We'll see if I can get a bounce off the 200 period. Again, this is based on the 5 minute. In. Come on, bounce some more. Okay, that's my stop. Nope, out. I try to catch the knife. There is no knife catching there. Hey, Deadman, are you even real? Like, I don't know. What is that even a picture of? Okay, Deadman's one of these guys. Gotcha. I'm trying to go short. He shows up and says, why are you trying to go long? Well, I was trying to go short. And now he's going to lecture us all like he knows what he's talking about. Got it. All right, we got one of these guys. Very clearly, I was trying to go short. Well, let me put it this way. Very clearly, if you know what you're looking at. Yet the guy that was like, why are you trying to go long? Well, I'm trying to go short. Now this guy is going to start lecturing us all. Go ahead, Deadman. Tell me how terrible of a trader I am. Tell me I don't know what I'm doing. Go ahead. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead. The guy who thought I was trying to go long when I was actually trying to go short. Go ahead. Lecture us. Go ahead. The floor is yours, my friend. Okay, go ahead. Like I said. We do have another pivot point down here. Whether we get down there obviously remains the question. Again, congrats to anybody that took that bear pennant. Congrats. You chose wisely. I seen you go long a few times, but you're up significant amount today. I'm giving you props. Well, thank you. I did not think that's how this conversation was going to go. Perhaps I misread. Would not be the first time. Yeah, when you said lower low buying question mark, you are amazing. I thought that was like pure sarcasm, given that happened right after a losing trade. Clay, didn't you have, I still do have, that's class number 1 in my training resume, is robotic trading. Trade without emotion. That's the catchphrase. I really want to try along here. Stop right here. I mean, this is totally knife catching mode. Yeah, why not? No, this, I think, if anything, I should probably, I don't know what's going on. Everything feels wrong right now. Maybe at the pivot point. 06. You purchased that? Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, I've added several courses since then. Like that, now in hindsight, that just became the tip of the iceberg. Just short it, bro. It's free money. Pablo, where are you shorting at? Hilarious. You got, I mean, just the irony of the chat. Pablo shows up. Just short it, bro. It's free money. And then a hammer candle starts to form. It very well could still come down, but that's funny how things like that happen. As soon as he says it, whoop. I saw y'all moved location. I don't. Oh, so Total Construction and Allen must know one another. That's cool. I'll try not to get up in your business then. Okay, I'm going to chase, but this is, again, I'm FOMOing wisely. FOMOing wisely. There we go. Pablo told me it was free money if I just went short. Oh, whoops. Look right where it bounced off of. You all heard me talk about that. Come on, folks. Get those pivot points on your charts. Well, at least I didn't short literally at the pivot point. Go ahead and take some size, Clay, and make some green. JJ, I thought I liked you, and now you want me to just blow up my entire day on a Friday. I thought I liked JJ. Maybe he is the old JJ. Do 60 accounts. Yeah. 60 300K accounts. Let's go. Come on. Push down some more, and I'll move my stop loss down. Come on. Push. Okay, stop loss is right there now. So if I do, and just like that. All right, well. Again, that was a FOMO trade. And that's how you FOMO the right. I mean, you shouldn't FOMO, but if you're going to FOMO, do it the right way. What is the right way? 3 parts. Prop firm. Do it within a prop firm. Do a micro, such as the MNQ, and do 1. Again, you're not going to make a bunch of money, but that's not the idea. The idea is you're appeasing your mental state that is a little off, like, oh man, I'd like to really be trading. I want to really be trading. Okay, fine, then just go trade. But doing it in a very risk-controlled way. Which has, again, and those were the 3 layers of the risk control onion. Prop firm, MNQ, or MES, whatever you're doing, MYM, and then only do 1 of them. When should somebody upgrade to the big... maybe never. The problem with NQ is you can never... like, you could do 10 MNQs, which is the same as 1 NQ. But there's a big difference. What is that difference? I'll open that up for everybody. 1 NQ is the same as 10 MNQ. But there is a... now, don't say, well, the difference is 1 is 10, 1 is 1. That's not the difference. What is the big difference between those 2 situations? Nope, commissions are the same. Again, 1 NQ is the same as 10 MNQ. Very good, Nathan. No, it's the same risk. They're both. It's 1 NQ, 10 MNQ. That risk is the same. No, it's not 10 times more risk. 1 NQ is the same as 10 MNQ. They're the same. Yes, you can scale in, you can scale out, right? If it starts to go in your favor with the NQ, you're just stuck because you only have 1. But if it starts to go in your favor with the MNQ, you could sell 2, sell another 2, do another 2, do another 2. That's the difference, the scalability. I started demo trading account start my trade. I started last month with 100K and I'm at no, that's not the no. To grow your account from 100K to 500K, nah, something's off. It ain't going to be like that when you put real money or when you like go into like actually having skin in the game. Do not expect those results. That's why you buy 10 NQ. Fair enough. Fair enough. Am I within the norm? No. Something is, like I said, Optimist, something is definitely off. I don't know what it is, but please do not think you're going to go into like The prop firm world, when you start, like, when you purchase an account and see that sort of results, ain't gonna happen. So again, I don't know what is off, but something is definitely off. Like, no, somebody clowned on us and bought a bunch of likes. I wish I just fessed up. Hey Clay, how are you trading in this situation? I am FOMO trading, but FOMO trading wisely, D, which I've explained about 5 times now in the past 10 minutes. So, with all due respect, I don't have the brain injury to go through all that speech again. Do we really get another bear pennant breakdown? I mean, maybe. MNQ is a superior product. Yeah, the MNQ is definitely a very, very popular product. Rightfully so, because of that example that we just went. One, you can get the same exact amount because 1 NQ is mathematically the same as 10 MNQ, but obviously with the 10, as we showed, you can do the scaling and all that, which makes a big difference. Are we going to get a back test and rejection of the pink line? That's what I'm watching for here. We're at it. I'm in. There we go. Got a little FOMO scalp on that one. But that trade made good sense. Like I said, just played the back test off of that level. So nothing too fancy there. Honestly, their commissions are different. 10M, no, that's not true. That's not true. Well, JD, at least with the broker I'm using. Because 1 NQ to buy and sell is $5. If you do 10 MNQ, buying, selling is 50 cents. So if we look at 10 of them and it's then 0.5 for 50 cents, it's $5. So I don't know what platform you're using, JD, but the platform that I'm using that I recommend here, they are the same commission. Now here's how crazy the human mind is. I just looked down and I saw that number. And I was like, at one point that was up over $500. I don't like that we're now at 403. How can I get back that above $500? Why? What a stupid thought. What is your platform? Why are you yelling at me, sir? Please stop yelling. Most of the others do charge more for micros. The platform I'm using is twofold. Fold number 1, I'm in a prop firm. So if you want to do exactly what I'm doing, go to the link that you see at the top of the page. Use code CLAY so you get the 30% off. You would select your purchasing power. And then after you do that, they're going to ask you what platform. The platform that I'm using is Tradeovate right there. So twofold. Fold number 1, I am day trading futures through a prop firm. And then the prop firm is providing me with Tradeovate, and I'm using that as my platform. So like I said, kind of a two-layered answer there. Well, not with the prop firm, JD Trades. I don't know how else to tell you, brother. You don't want to believe me for some reason. But right here. Commissions, $5 for the mini, 50 cents for the micro. So, like I said, I don't know what else to tell you. Do you trade normally all day? No. My bread and butter, I like to trade during the morning, first 90 minutes. But the live stream has kind of turned me into an afternoon trader. So that's why I always scale things down, and I prefer to do MNQs just because I've never really been the greatest afternoon trader. So no, I have never traded all day. But like I said, the live stream has kind of turned me accidentally into an afternoon trader. Okay, that should be JD. Maybe that could very well be the case. But in the prop firm world, at least with the first two phases, they are the same. Hey, what's up? What's up, Clay? I'm sorry I'm late. No, relax, Ardu. We're actually coming up on the 4-hour mark, but things are going. We're getting good interaction here. Ooh, that trend line. It's looking kind of spicy. I do have to do a flip trade. Yeah, this is definitely not the environment to really do a flip trade, though. I guess I'll do it real quick. I don't feel like explaining it all, though. 835. Okay, 1 MNQ. 350. See, that's still registering as like one trade. I don't know. We'll see how it goes over the weekend. All right, let's get out of this account. All right. 5502. There we go. All right, flip trade done. Thank you for the reminder. This is looking spicy. You got to at least try the trend line break. You've got to. I can put the stop right there. Got to at least try. Watching like a hawk. If it breaks, I guess I can just do that. Let's do this. Let's just put the order out there ahead of time. There we go. Again, my entry to get short is at that red line. Looking to try to play another trend line breakdown. Might be asking a little bit too much. I'm certainly not expecting that sort of move, which would happen after that trend line break. Might not even get a move at all. Maybe this might be pure greed, thinking I can get another flush. Well, as it comes back up, I'll cancel that order out for now. That's why it's always good to wait for confirmation. Well, at least in this situation, I'm glad I did. Thanks for all the info you have put out for us over the years. Well, you're welcome, John. This bull... Huh? No, this is not a bull flag. This is what I would call this a bear pennant. All right, well, we'll see if I want... Suppose I could get short here. If it comes up here and gets... I want to see it get closer to these highs. Maybe try to play another rejection off of the pink line here, that 200 period moving average. It's been up there a couple times, rejected back down. Looking for 665 still, but now moving my stop to 615. Are you long? You must be long then? Getting short at that red line. In. Okay, let's see if it wants to come back down and revisit that lower part of the pattern. I didn't take a huge loss. Well, I haven't taken a huge loss yet. Looking like I might have got suckered into this one, though. All huge losses start off as small. That is true. All right. In hindsight, probably should have waited for it to get a little bit closer to that pink line right there, which is the 200 period moving average. Oh no, all right. It's straight up through that pink line now. I don't care. See if it cares about the 21 EMA up there. Nope, I'm out. Canceling. Right off of it, problem is I didn't get filled. And glad I canceled that out. That was the move I was looking for. In sense of getting filled, and then it came back down. All right, V. Or are we about to just V shape? Hello, just came to say thank you for all your videos. That's what I'm using for learning. Well, you're welcome, DXCades. Hopefully you swing by the live stream a little more often. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't. Little things like that help. Go a long way. Use code CLAY if you're in the world of prop firms. Always appreciated. Had a flat tire today. My wife came in. Well, I guess we're not going. Why is that? Tire's flat. So please use code CLAY, or else I got to push the car everywhere. I got to carry everybody in my back. Got to afford a tire. I'm so glad that the fan is not picking up in the mic. This has helped the live stream go much easier, so I'm not over here just like roasting. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Got to get a horse on that farm. Yeah, my kids want a horse, but it's just like, yeah, well, who's going to take care of the horse? Take the Lambo. The voice of an angel, that's right. In the arms of an angel. What's the laser light on my chest? It's the mic. It just happens to be like... Maybe now you can't see it. There we go. Hopefully everybody can still hear me. I did adjust it down a little bit. I don't know, is that Step Brothers? Missed it. I mean, it's not really, they're not really true likes anymore. Somebody came in and bought a bunch of likes. I don't think it was the bot guy though, because it only happened one at exact moment in time, and the viewers never changed. So it wasn't our bot guy. I think maybe, hopefully he's moved on, because it will be the second day. A Lambo might attract more followers. Yeah, maybe. But the followers I kind of like to surround myself with are the people that are like, I won't say that. I'm not quite, not that there's anything wrong with people being attracted to Lambos. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm just not quite sure they would find me their cup of tea. That's the better way to put it. I'm not quite sure they'd really like me. So even if I did have a Lambo, they'd probably be like, this is like who is, like, this Lambo owner is a moron. And I'd be like, I get it. Bears got paid today. Seems like any bounce. Well, no, I mean, I got paid today as a long. right here. And just the proof of it real quick. This is why I'm telling you, it's worth it. It's $99 for the community. This was this morning. Right here. I try not to have a bias, which is true. Normally I don't try to have a bias, but when like things like this are going on, when countries are bombing one another, it's like, okay, all right. There are certain unique times for a bias. So I said right here, I try not to have a bias, but I am bullish biased into the open. The markets have been grinding higher. The markets have been grinding higher. Are they really going to let a bombing in another country knock it off track? Perhaps, but I'm not thinking so. I'm watching with a bull eye. So that was me right before market opened, and I supposed to pat myself on the back a little bit. Right here was market open. When the NYC opened, ba-boom, nice bull flag, ba-boom, another nice bull flag, ba-boom. So that was me being a bull, and that's where the vast majority of these results came from, including this account up here, which is a pro account. So that account got pushed into payment territory, which is always a good thing. But then that's right here. So the vast majority came from a bull getting paid. So that just really illustrates that you can be bull, you can be bear, but everybody can get paid. Everybody can get paid. My comment was in regards. Well, thanks a lot, Aaron. No, I'm just kidding. SBET stock was Sergio. Are you trading SBET, Sergio? What are you doing even watching SBET? I can't. I got to move on. I can't. All right. Let's see. I'd like to take this short, but on the 5-minute, we have the 200 right there. So that could create a bounce and not make a very pleasant short on the 2-minute here. So let's see how it wants to behave with that 200 period. I bought, oh, okay. So you're more so like swing trading / investing. You're not actively day trading it. Is that right, Sergio? You're not actively day trading SBET. You just bought it way back at 7. Okay, all right. That's different. Because I could have sworn, I recognize the name. I'm like, I thought he was doing futures. All right, I'm in. Trying to anticipate the break of this trend line. Mainly based on the 5-minute. 5-minute's got a lot of downwards pressure to it. Okay, back to where we were, Sergio. I thought you were past that sort of stuff. Oh, Sergio. The Sergios of the world are going to make me earn early retirement from this live stream stuff. To think of all the time I spent trying to explain stuff to Sergio and answering all his questions, and he's still trading that absolute garbage. I might have to retire. What happened to Clay? And everybody can just answer Sergio happened to Clay. Unbelievable. Some people just, they don't want to listen to math. You can show them math and they're like, no, don't care. So when I'm not back on Monday and people start asking, where's Clay? The answer is, hey, where'd Clay go? What happened to Clay? Sergio happened to Clay. Sergio, what you're saying is, hey, go dig a hole. And you're sitting there using a shovel, and some guy takes the time to explain, to show you to everything. Well, if you use a backhoe, it's way more efficient. And after spending a ton of time and after you ask that person a ton of questions, you just go and you keep using your little garden shovel to dig a hole. And then that person's like, man, I can't believe it. Like, I spent so much time like showing you how you could be way more efficient to dig a hole. And you're like, well, I still dug a hole, didn't I? Yeah, yes, Sergio, you made money. Congrats. But that's the epitome of why the Sergios of the world want to drive into retirement. The fact that you don't recognize how inefficient and how dangerous what you're doing is. Like I said, I may not be back Monday. I can't deal with it anymore. That's where I need a time machine, where I could look in. Because some people are great. They actually listen to you. Then you have the Sergios that literally ask 5,000 questions. You show them the math, and then they go and continue to use a shovel to dig their hole. I just can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I need a time machine to let me know who I'm dealing with before I devote a bunch of time to them. All right, Sergio. Okay, well, okay, yes, Sergio. You just go keep doing what you're doing. Like, are you the Sergio that I was talking to earlier? Or do I have you confused with somebody else? Literally everything you're saying tells me that you did not listen to me. Hey, trading is risky, right? Well, yeah, but what I try to tell you is the best way to manage your risk. What does trading... last week... Okay, yeah. Again, if I'm not back next week and people wonder what happened to me, all you got to do is say Sergio. Hey, Clay, just got in. Is that... that's for today. Clay, have the Tradeovate take profit account up and running. Awesome, Curtis. Now remind me, Curtis, is this your first time day trading futures, or have you done futures before? Oh, okay. All right. I was going to ask you what are your thoughts on futures, but you already like futures. But yes, now you're no longer using your own money on your E-Trade account. You got the built-in risk control of the futures, of the prop firm, which is always a good thing. First time as a prop firm, like it. But oh yeah, do you feel a little bit more at ease mentally because you know, like, if some sort of crazy spike or Trump tweet or missile goes through the sky and there's some sort of crazy move that, like, it's not going to all be all your money in harm's way? Do you notice any sort of, like, kind of mental, just kind of, Hey, Sergio, how many shares did you buy? You bought at 7. How many shares? Is it okay if I make your returns look like garbage? Do I have your permission to kind of rain on your parade and show you how inefficient you're being, Sergio? Can I show you how not impressive that is? Do I have your permission to just crap all over those results you got? I know you're feeling good about them, which is why I want to ask for your permission. Do I have permission to kind of rain on your parade? That has nothing to do with anything. I'm asking you a question. Do I have permission to smack you in the face with your results and rain all over them? No, don't call me a master. Don't call me any of that stuff, because you already have proved you don't listen to me. So no, you don't think I'm a master because you've disregarded everything I said. But I'm trying to be polite. Do I have permission to take those results and show you how inefficient you're being? All right, so Sergio's like, yo, where did you sell at? Are you still in, Sergio, or did you sell at 10? Now, I know Sergio's not going to listen to this. You don't listen, but maybe somebody else here will listen. And you'll see why when I say day trading stocks makes no sense. It's inefficient. We're going to show you. Okay. So again, this is not for Sergio. He's already proven he don't listen. But maybe somebody else will. S-bet. Okay. Okay, what did Triangle? So if you get, okay, anyways, just, we're already off to a clown fiesta start here. Why? Okay. So he said he had 300 shares and he bought at $7. So how much money was required for him? Well, to have 300 shares, and if they cost $7 each, he needed $2,100 in the trade. $2,100 in the trade. And then he made $3 per share. So if he had 300 shares and he made 300 per share, or I'm sorry, he made $3 per share, he made $900. So it cost him, it required $2,100 in order to make $900, okay? That's where we have for Sergio. 300 shares of a $7 stock, $2,100 needed, and then he needed a huge move, right? 10 divided by 7 minus 1 times 100. So he made a 43% move. Okay, 43% move. So he needed $2,100 to make $900. Okay, that's in stocks. Now let's hop into Pam's plant. Regardless, D, that was his risk, $2,100. Where's this at? Okay. So then let's take a look here at futures. Okay. And I don't even want to take the best candle. So let's look. Can't take that one. All right, here's one. Here's a modest candle. Okay. So right here, we're going to take a look at this candle. Right here. Okay. So the open of this candle, we're not even going to take the whole thing, but the open was, let's just call it 75. Went up as high, and at the close, 75 to 700. So that's a 25-point move. 25-point move. Now the way, and let's just say he was doing NQ, because the guy clearly wants fast movers. So on the NQ, 1 point equals $20. Okay, 1 point equals $20. That move that on this candle again, right there, said, and I'm being conservative, again, modest candle. Nothing huge, just modest. 25 points. Okay. So if we know that 1 point equals $20 and that candle was 25 points, that was $500 right there for one contract. So had he bought one contract on that move, could have been $500. Now the big thing right now is, okay, yeah, but how much money was needed? How much money would have been needed to participate in this sort of movement? Well, this is the power of Pam's plant, the prop firm. So Sergio could have come over here and instead of using $2,100, which was at risk, he had $2,100 at risk, especially on stocks like that you can get stuck in halts, they can rug pull you. There's all sorts of crazy stuff that can happen. So when I say $2,100 at risk, that was a very legitimate potential risk. Or he could come here to the prop firm and said, you know what? I can get 25K of purchasing power for $105. So in other words, or he could be using $105. Now the question becomes, what does $105 get you? Well, in this situation, $105 would get you the opportunity to buy as many of 3 contracts. What contracts? Well, the contracts that we did this on this calculation. So remember, this calculation here was only for one contract, but he could have had up to 3 of those contracts, meaning we've got to multiply that by 3. So right there is $1,500 that Sergio could have made. $1,500 with how much at risk? 105. Yet here's Sergio. Sergio is using $2,100 of his own money, taking on way more risk, and made $900. And that required a move from $7 to $10 a share, which is pretty crazy. Yet what sort of movement did we require here on futures? We required that little candle right there. So that is what I mean by people like Sergio are digging with a little like garden shovel. Or you could come to Pam's plant, work at max efficiency, and dig with a backhoe. So again, I realize Sergio is not going to listen. But to anybody else that's wondering why is day trading stocks inefficient? Again, the argument's not you can't make money day trading stocks. Sure, you can make money day trading everything. It's an argument of efficiency. And as the numbers just showed there, that is crazy. $2,100. And again, all at risk to make $900, or you could have had $105 at risk and made $1,500. Sergio, that has nothing to do with anything. You're not learning, or else you wouldn't be trading. And I'm good at what I do because I showed you math. Like, no, I'm not good at anything. The math is good at showing you because, well, math is math. Math is logic. So that's why I say what you're doing makes no sense. I mean that in the literal sense because that's what math is. Math is logic because logic is structure. Logic is order. And that's what math demonstrates. So that's why when I say what you're doing makes no sense, I mean that quite literally. So there you go. It has nothing to do with if you use, so Sergio, it doesn't matter. Does anybody else want to learn? Because Sergio's not going to listen. But is anybody else here like, okay, Clay, that's all awesome, but I don't know anything about futures. Where do I learn about futures? I don't know if I have the time to learn futures. Does that sound like anybody here? Dawson, it's at the top of the screen. claytrader.com/take. It's also in the pinned at the chat box. Just make sure you use code Clay because that'll give you the 30% discount and then 0 activation fee. No, options are terrible. Options are way worse. Is anybody else here that they're intrigued, but now they're like, I'd like to learn futures, but I want to tell you right now how you actually don't need to learn futures, and I'll explain. Well, let me ask you this, Blue. Are you day trading options? I want to learn. Okay, Daniel, I'll get to you. I'll explain real quick. Yeah, Father's Day is Sunday. Again, if I'm not here on Monday, people ask what happened, just say Sergio. Unbelievable. How you can still show somebody and they just completely deflect. Where'd Clay go? Sergio. I think I'm just going to get Sergio a tattoo just right here. Sergio. Hey, thanks, John. Same to you. Same to all you dads out there. Blue, are you still here? If so, when you're asking about options, are you day trading them? Sergio, never mind. One final time, Sergio, you are going about things inefficiently. You are working harder, not smarter. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you, but I already showed you the math. Moving on from Sergio. The within the prop firm, you're still paying commissions. Good grief. This is what happens. I try to help people and then they just disappear. Where did Blue go? Why are options bad? I asked Blue a question. Now he's not responding. Why? Why even bother trying to help people? I day trade options little. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Mathematically speaking. You are working way harder, not smarter. All right, well, I'm going to just explain it because it takes all of 2 seconds. Why is day trading options mathematically make no sense? So, when you buy an option, the obvious way to make money is it goes up. Okay, fair enough. You make money. Obvious way you lose money with an option. You buy an option and then it goes down. Well, yeah, you lose money. What about if it goes sideways, right? Because anything in the world that has a value can do 3 things. Up, down, or sideways. I'm stating the obvious. Now, here's where things seem obvious, but they're not. So if I were to ask you, well, okay, well, what happens in the sideways? Well, the obvious answer is, well, nothing, because that's neutral. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. But in the world of options, you lose money. Why? Well, because there is something called theta. So think about it. In the world of options, of the three things that can happen, two of those three things will cause you to lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance to lose money every time you buy an option. Now, maybe you're saying, but Clay, I make money day trading options. That's awesome. No, my math is not wrong. Clay, your math is wrong. Most futures traders lose money. Most traders of anything lose money. What are you talking about? Okay. Anyways, I've seen that guy in other people's comments. Yeah. Most futures traders lose money. What? Most everybody loses money. Day trading is hard. If you're not aware, day trading is hard, okay? It's nothing to do with futures, has nothing to do with stocks. In fact, that person just made an argument as to why prop firms are better, because prop firms give you more opportunity to learn. But I don't have the energy to get to that. Let's just finish up this point here. Well, normally I make money on my options when it goes sideways. Well, then you're not going long option. I don't know what you're doing, JM, because that's just, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're selling. Are you selling options? You're probably selling options, which is not what I'm talking about here, because most people can't do that because they don't have the capital requirements. Yeah, no kidding, JM. Good for you in life. Fantastic that you have an account large enough to do that. But you are an outlier. You're not the norm. You're like, again, great job in life to be able to have the account size needed to sell op premium. But your risk is massive in a whole other area, especially if you're doing naked options. But that's not what I'm talking about here. So buying options for a longer trend, like a week or month out, is like investing leverage. Oh, right, Awas. That is why Pam's plant is in the category of day trading. What you just described is swing trading. That's not what I'm talking about. I am in the category of day trading. So anyways, no, selling premium is, there's crazy amounts of risk. Now the problem, what you got to be careful with, a lot of options traders that sell premium, they're some of the cockiest people out there, and here's why. Because when you sell premium with options strategies, they are a high win rate. Like, you have high win rates, you can't refute that. But when you are wrong, it gets bad in a hurry. That's a whole other point. But yes, I will tell you right now that if you ever come across somebody that, I sell premium, odds are you're probably going to be talking to one of the cockiest people you know about. Because again, they're coming from the vantage point of, man, look at I'm at like a 97% win rate. Yeah, but the 3% will wipe them out. Anyways, I'm distracting myself. So anyways, now maybe you're saying, but Clay, I day trade options and I make money. Well, that's great. Fantastic. My question to you, and again, that's actually really impressive. If you make money as a day trader of options, seriously, well done. My question to you would be, imagine how much money you would be making. Imagine how much money you would have made if you did not have theta in your life. Right? That sounds really good. And that's what futures offer. You get to say goodbye to theta. Yes, you're trading options contracts, and yes, futures are contracts. But the huge difference in these contracts is there is no theta. There's no theta. So that is where day trading options makes 0 sense. Why do that when there are better ways where you don't have to deal with theta? So that is why, and why they are so powerful. So there we go. But yeah, again, to reiterate, Pam's plan is an argument in the category of day trading. If you're investing, I have nothing against options. Options are cool. You can do covered calls. You can do cash secured puts. Category of day trading, though. Day trading options through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about it. Now, I'm not going to explain theta. Theta just eats away at your contract value as time goes by. It's different on Webull. What is different on Webull? So, for example, just the way, yeah, exactly. Theta, you could just say is time decay. But then people are going to say, well, what is time decay? But like right here. So the way options work, you could buy the dip right there. But notice what happens. Then it goes sideways. And then it goes up. So you may be saying, well, then I made money. No. Not necessarily. What are you talking about? You bought here and it went up there. Yes, but because the price went sideways here, theta kicked in. And it went up, and it's a maybe. I understand if you've never done it. Like, well, how can that be a maybe you made money? You bought here and it went up there. Yes, but that right there is what could have made your life miserable. So sure, maybe you did make money, but it wouldn't have been very much. But there's very real chance that maybe that was just break even, or maybe that was still a small loss. So that is where day trading options, it just doesn't make any sense. Mathematically speaking, it makes no sense. And I mean, there's a lot of people here that have traded options, and like the biggest thing that people have tried, or that have come back and said, "Hey Clay, thank you for telling us about Pam's plant. I used to day trade options, and wow, futures." Somebody said game changer. I mean, futures are just so much better, and the main reason just being, well, because there's no theta. So yeah, that is how it all. 1 to 2 day out minimum for day. No, that doesn't do anything either, Camo Top. So here's what I go. Well, but Clay, if you go out further, then there's less theta. Okay, fine. But you know what you lose when you go out? You lose movement. You're not getting nearly as good of movement. So yes, to be fair, you could say, well, what happens if you do an option that doesn't expire for 9 months from now? Okay, fine. Theta is not going to be a problem. But you're going to have another massive problem on your hands. That thing is barely going to move. It's barely going to budge. And as day traders, we want movement. So again, that is why day trading futures makes sense. You get both at the same time. You get great movement and you don't have to worry about theta. So to all you options day traders out there, stop trying to convince everybody of how options make sense. No, they don't make sense. Yes, I get it. You can defeat theta in one way, but as soon as you defeat theta by going out, by not doing too close to expiration, you start to lose out on this. So why not just get the best of both worlds? I swear, some people just, they just want to, but what, no. By the way, so if you are like, hey, this all makes sense. I want to get started. What prop firms do you recommend? If you are a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, go with Take Profit Trader. They are by far, in my opinion, the best prop firm out there, especially as a beginner. They have a very clean set of rules. They have the best payment policy. As soon as you move into the pro account, then as soon as you start making money, you can request money, and you can request it as often as you want. And that may seem kind of like common sense, but with other prop firms, that's not quite how it works. It's a little bit more rigid. Again, that doesn't make the other prop firms a scam. It just makes it not quite as smooth. But that's why Take Profit Trader is going to give you the smoothest introduction into the prop firm world. Now, once you get understanding with Take Profit, you get your feet under you, you start to build and start to, kind of see success with Take Profit Trader. And you're like, all right, I want to keep my Take Profit Trader going, but I want even more accounts. So I want to expand my empire. Well, then at that point, Apex, they have been around a while. They pay. If you've ever heard anybody say anything negative about Apex, it's because it's a beginner doing Apex, and the beginner is getting overwhelmed by rules and all sorts of stuff. So no, Apex is not a scam, but I can understand how it would seem as though it's a scam if you're a beginner. That's why I say Apex only for intermediate or advanced. And if you want to get the discounts that both are offering, code Clay. And if you just want to, like I said, support the live stream, support the channel, code Clay is a way for you to do that. If you prefer to support somebody else and you want to use their code, that's totally cool, no problem. But like I said, if you do enjoy this, if you're entertained, if you found any value, anything positive, and you want to, like I said, support the channel. And again, you're also getting the discount. So it's like there's something in it for you. You're getting the promotion and whatever current deals they have going on. But you can use code Clay for that. Well, that's all I have. I think this was a new record, 4 hours and 36 minutes. But yeah, at the end, had the kind of some interesting conversations that sidetracked me a little bit, and we went a little bit longer than I thought. But it is what it is. I'll be back tomorrow morning for Saturday morning coffee and just kind of general trade talk. So if you're on for that, laid back, we just talk charts, talk trading, talk strategies. If you have more questions on prop firms, that comes up. So feel free to swing by. I don't know exactly what time. So as always, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you are made aware of when I do go live. For all you dads out there, happy Father's Day on Sunday. Hope you have a great day. And again, you're not going to take a break from Sergio? I don't know, D. I don't know. If I'm not here on Monday, D, or if I'm not here tomorrow, D, you'll understand why. You won't have to ask, where's Clay or what happened. You'll just know in your mind, Sergio. So that's all I have, though. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And have a great weekend. And again, for you dads out there, have a fantastic